What's going on, guys? Welcome into the channel. In today's video, we're going to be going over our second episode of the Pittsburgh Pirates franchise, our second official episode. So you guys kind of know where we left off in the last video, which was primarily a coverage of the most of the first season is essentially where we were. And now we're kind of set up to finish off the season. I did a few things off screen just to get us set up and ready to go. There were a couple of things that I needed to address. One of those was contract extensions. So this is officially the list of players that we're going to be letting go. So we'll have to fill these voids through either a signing in the offseason or the draft picks that we already drafted, which kind of works out well because a lot of these positions we did draft. We drafted a couple pitchers, a couple first baseman, if I'm not mistaken. We can actually go and take a look at our draft picks. So we did get a relief pitcher, starting pitcher, a first baseman, and we got a bunch of corner outfielders, which is kind of what we were looking for. None of these guys, though, really have necessarily the arm that we were looking for. Ryan, I appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for tuning in at the start of the stream, and hope you'll stick around. I need to real quick just make sure that I have the volume set correctly, because I'm not actually getting the volume feedback of the game. So on my end, I just need to make sure that it's actually going through properly. It appears that it is, but for whatever reason, I'm not getting the audio preview. Properties. Probably an OBS issue. File settings, audio, monitor device, speakers, Arctis Pro wireless. Okay. Let me know in the comment section if you're getting the game, like the clicking, between things. I'm doing pretty well. What's up, Jordan? Appreciate you tuning in. How you guys doing today? Let me know in the comment section what you guys got going on, if anything interesting this weekend. Figured I would start up the stream, though. The only problem... Sorry, I'm still checking the audio. It doesn't seem like it's coming through, does it? Not really a big deal if it's not, but basically the reason that I'm trying to figure that out is because my last video, the part 1, got copyright striked because there was, I guess, like a 5 to 10 second clip of a song that I couldn't do anything about that was during the draft because it was something I couldn't cancel out of the I don't know, animation or whatever you want to call it. So there was literally nothing I could do about it, and we got copyright striked because that was there, because it was in the video. Oh, there we go. Now I'm actually hearing the volume coming through. Turn this up a little bit more. Yeah, okay. We should be good now. If there are any audio issues, just let me know in the comment section. Otherwise, I'll assume that it's operating properly now. But anyway, that last video got copyright striked. I'm actually getting pretty annoyed with the people that are copyright striking my videos because I actually put up a video. It was one of my shorts that I put up not too long ago that had no music in it. It was literally just me talking. And then the background of like NCAA or Madden. And it got copyright striked for a song. And I just don't understand. I don't understand why they're allowed to do it the way that they do it, because then the video gets automatically demonetized and basically has, not much purpose of being there. So they should really have to submit a claim. It should be reviewed before it ever gets demonetized or anything. But whatever. We're moving on with it. Let's go ahead and check out the other couple things that I did. I talked about the contract extensions. Those are all the players that we're letting go. There was one thing that had been bothering me quite a bit, which was Endy Rodriguez not looking the way Endy Rodriguez actually looks. And so we did go in and modify his appearance a little bit, and I feel like he looks so much better now, so much more realistic compared to the actual real-life player. He looks much more like Andy Rodriguez, especially considering he is going to be our long-term starting catcher right now at a 76A potential. We can't really afford for him to look like a mess because they didn't decide to put enough effort into creating his appearance. So we did get him fixed up. And then the other thing that I decided to do was get one of the international prospects onto the team. So we created Jun Seok Shim. I don't even really know how to pronounce his name, but a international relief pitching prospect, or just pitching prospect in general, I should say, that is coming out of South Korea, or the Korean Baseball League. He's an 18-year-old, so we made him pretty low overall, just gave him C potential. It's not like he's anything crazy or anything like that. I mean, maybe in the long run he might really pan out for the Pirates, but I wanted to just have him on the team because they did miss all the international prospects pretty much for the Pirates. Appreciate everybody tuning in. So we got Ryan, Jordan, Willis, and Ozzy up in the chat. Appreciate you guys tuning in again. Long time no see, Willis O'Neill. Everything's going pretty good for me. Hope everything's going well for you. Appreciate you tuning in, guys. Those were the couple of things in terms of the roster that I wanted to talk about. Adding Shim, and then fixing Andy Rodriguez's appearance. He looks so much better now in comparison to what he actually looks like. And I guess another thing that I kind of looked over in the last video was the performance of the players that we've had through the season so far, because we did sim very, very far. So if you guys didn't watch that stream, go back and watch the last one, which was episode number 1. We might spend quite a bit of time playing through this again today, so we might get pretty far. I plan to at least get through the off season and get into the next season and set up the roster at the very least. So that's kind of where I plan to be, at least at some point during this stream. But with that being said, we're 44-62. So I think that the Pirates, especially if they keep Brian Reynolds, will potentially end up being better than 44-62. But I don't see them really being super competitive. Not right now, not with their pitching staff, not with what they really have on the roster. It's going to be a little bit before you get guys like Termarr Johnson up that are supposed to be, game-changing bats for the team. And we'll have him up next year. I don't think I covered the fact that he broke his leg in the last video, but he broke his leg. We also got a broken bone of some sort by Leody Taveras, broken ankle. So we're suffering from quite a few injuries, and that's definitely going to impact. I mean, I know that Termarr is not at the MLB level yet, but he could be, and he's not yet because of the broken bone. And Taveras, still haven't figured out how to pronounce that name. He was at the MLB level, and he was actually playing pretty well. So him getting injured does hurt us pretty significantly. Anyway, that's pretty much where everything stands. I don't really think there's much else that we need to do before we keep moving. One of the things that I do want to consider is calling up some of the young guys. Actually, yeah, that's what I kind of wanted to start off with today's video. I'm probably just going to waive some of the older players on the roster for some of the young guys. So like Mason Martin, for example, with 344 at-bats, 17 home runs, and a 247 average down in AAA. I know that this might not be realistic to real life. He's probably a few more years off, but this is a guy that should be getting called up pretty much ASAP, especially at the end of the year here for us, especially when you compare to a guy like G-Man Choi or Carlos Santana with their averages, them being cold, those types of things. I don't know that I necessarily want to call him up right this second, just because his contact is not quite where I want it to be yet. But I'm considering bringing Mason Martin up for the end of the simulation of the year. I would be bringing up Termarr, but there's nothing I can really do there with him. I could bring up Tucupita, which would be potentially a pretty good add to the Major League roster. Jared Triolo has not done well, so we should probably send him down to the minors, and that does leave a spot open for somebody to come up. Jiwon Bai has been doing well. We could bring up Liover Peguero, so there's a couple of options. So Liover Peguero, we could do Tucupita Marcano, I mentioned. But I think out of all of these players, the most capable, the one that could actually provide an impact to the team, would be Mason Martin because of the power that he has. We'll think about it, but we have to look at other players to potentially send down. Connor Joe, he's injured, so there's nothing we can do about him. Miguel Andujar was kind of forced to come back up, but, I mean, 234 average is not the end of the world. I don't know that I necessarily have to send him down. Matt Frazier's been up for a little bit. Swaggerty's not doing poorly enough that we need to send him down. Lolo Sanchez in AAA is doing phenomenal. I just don't know that... I don't know that he's capable enough for us to bring him up here yet. I don't know that we want to start using any of our control years on him. So let's go with Mason Martin. We'll bring him up to the majors. We have to add him to the 40-man to make that work. I don't think I mentioned it earlier whenever I was talking about why I was like so concerned about the volume of the stream, but like I need to be able to hear what's going on in the game. I mean, I otherwise wouldn't care, but I need to be able to hear what's going on in the game, because if I do hear music, I need to basically run over to my stream and mute the game because I don't want my streams getting copyright striked for BS. And it's actually funny, whenever they copyright strike it, they say something, it says something along the lines of like, oh yeah, you're allowed to use that, but sorry, you just can't monetize it. And I'm pretty sure it falls within fair use, because I'm pretty sure fair use allows you to use like anything under 15 seconds of a song or something like that. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I need to look up the rules for it, but I think it's kind of silly that that the game would put that song in there, nothing I can do about it, and it was maybe 10 seconds of a clip, and that completely demonetizes a 3.5-hour stream. Gotta get another controller ready here. So I may spend some time today trying to contest that copyright claim, but whatever. All right, so Mason Martin up. The other thing we have to really think about is our pitching staff. Richie Riley here. I don't know if this is an actual prospect or not. He should probably be up because he's already a higher overall than all of our relief pitchers, and he's doing pretty well in AAA. So what I'm gonna do is move him to relief pitcher, and we'll bump him up to the MLB. Full 40-man roster. That means we're gonna have to waive somebody. And there's quite a few players that we could probably waive, to be honest with you. Like, if we're making this move for a pitcher, we can probably get rid of Robert Stevenson. I'm just going to straight up release him. It really doesn't matter in the long run. And then we had Juan Minaya as well, who hasn't played in the MLB at all. That's honestly not looking too bad. We need to work on the bullpen pretty badly. Vince Velasquez is 6-8 with a 4.49 ERA. That's actually pretty serviceable. That doesn't give me any reason to necessarily send him down right away. Jack Leiter's struggling right off the bat. I think that pretty much sets us up where we need to be. There's not a whole lot else we need to do there, but let me make sure that I give it a save. While I'm at it, make sure you guys go check out the link in the description to my merchandise. I have a couple of designs up there, a couple of the one's better to be lucky than good, and the other is just my Jacob Reed YouTube logo with my name on it. If you guys want to help support the channel, that's a great way to do so, and it's actually pretty good quality merch, so you can't go wrong there. I think that's, I know I keep saying that, I think that's good to go. Take a look at my draft picks real quick. so that I know what I have coming into the team. So I'm going to get 2, 3, 4 corner outfielders, first base prospect, and a couple of pitchers. So that just kind of helps me evaluate what I'm going to be looking at when it comes to the offseason this year. So we're just going to go pretty quick here. Mitch Keller fractured his forearm. Perfect. So that's our third fractured forearm this year. We might need to turn down injuries. Into the 40-man roster. That's a little bit much in terms of the number of injuries that we've had. This, however, presents the perfect opportunity for Quinn Priester to finally join the Major League roster. Of course, we're going to need to clear out another 40-man spot. So who is the unlucky one that's going to get released from their duties? Sorry about your luck, but Austin Hedges, you're probably on your way out. Yeah. What would it be? Designate for assignment? If you designate Hedges for assignment, he will immediately be removed from your 40-man roster. And the active roster, you will then have 7 days to trade him, place him on outright waivers, or release him. I don't even need to do that. Just release him. It really doesn't matter. We need to bring Quinn Priester up. That also means that I need to check my catchers. So I got one in AAA. I'm going to have to move at least one of these guys up. Jason DeLay has done well in AA, so he can go up to AAA. Simple enough. We also got another pitcher injured. So Jack Leiter sustained a 2-week injury. I don't know that I have anybody here on the 40-man that can come up. Mike Burrows is on the 40-man. Vince Velasquez, Max Kranick. Max Kranick's been up before. He's lighting it up in AA. Maybe he can come up to the MLB. We can try to make that work. And I'm not going to really worry about filling in behind him. Oh my goodness. A torn hamstring, 2 to 3 months. I really feel like this is a little bit much in the injury department. Where was Smith Najigba? He's in AAA. That's a great question. Is Jack Leiter the son? I'm assuming you mean Jack Leiter. Jack is the son of Al Leiter, who pitched in the MLB for 19 seasons. Mark Leiter, his brother, played in the MLB, and his cousin Mark Leiter Jr. currently plays professional baseball as well. He's the son of Al. There's really not a whole lot I can do about this guy getting injured. Do I watch the games or just sim? It just depends on where I'm at in the franchise and what I'm trying to do. So for the purposes of right now, I'm trying to get through the first year. So I'm not. I played the first game, the opening day, and now I'm just simming through everything. Whenever I get to year 2, I might watch some of the games. I might play some of the games, that type of stuff. I appreciate you tuning in, Mark. Yeah, Evan, the stream yesterday should be out there still. It's just it is just demonetized. If you go to my channel, so if I click on YouTube, click on Jacob Reed's channel, and if you go over to live, it is recorded there still, next to the video that's up right now. So it should say Pittsburgh Pirates franchise on MLB The Show 23 number 1, and it's like 3 hours 45 minutes. I don't blame you if you skip through some of the parts. But yeah, it is there still. Let me know if you can see it or not, because if you can't see it, then I might need to do something to fix that. Where was I at here? I appreciate you tuning in, though, Evan. Awesome, man. If you have a long flight and you're interested in watching, that might be the perfect thing to watch. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. That's helpful on my end, so that I know that there's not anything wonky going on. Why does it keep giving me these notifications? Is there a setting that I can switch to turn that off? It keeps giving me the same notifications over and over again. Like, oh, make sure you know your coaching staff. I've looked at my coaching staff 100 times. I know my coaching staff. I know they stink. I know I need to probably fire a couple of people here going into year 2. Let's go to September call-ups. All right, September call-ups. So that lets us bring up 2 more players, and it gives us top players to consider. So Tucupita Marcano, already one guy that we had mentioned, and then Mike Burrows. We also talked about Liover Peguero. So I'm thinking a pitcher and an infielder, probably Tucupita. Yeah, with a 306 batting average down there in the minors, I'm thinking let's utilize him in the MLB. And we've had a lot of injuries here with our pitchers, so let's call somebody up. Mike Burrows seems like the right guy. I mean, 8-6, 242 ERA, 127 strikeouts. He's doing pretty well, and he's on the 40 man, so I'm cool with that. Those will be our call ups. 60 and 74. So the Reds really are bad. As far as where we stand, I mean, like, we're not far off of second in the division, so that's something to consider. The Brewers, the Cubs, and the Reds are all terrible. As far as the league stands, we now have 2-4 ahead of us in the draft order. What are we at? We're at 60 wins, 60 and 74. So we got like 7, potentially 8 or 9 teams that could be drafting ahead of us. And of course, there's the whole lottery aspect of things where the picks are randomized at the top of the draft order now. Okay. Yeah, for 1 to 2 weeks. 10-day IL. We gotta fix this, because I do still sim quite a few games. Simulator injury frequency. Take that down 2 notches. Wow. This was not the case last year. Actually, I have to go back and check and just make sure that is factually true. But I do not remember there being a gameplay injury frequency and a simulator injury frequency. If I'm correct in stating that this is new, that they have now 2 injury sliders, that is a fantastic addition to the game. I mean, like, I guess save my sliders? Like, I don't need to save my sliders. It's just injuries. So I have, because I'm missing Andrew McCutcheon now, I don't have enough guys on my roster. Oh, you're killing me here, Gabe. Cal Mitchell, you've been up to the majors. Welcome back. We gotta move Cal back down. Who did we move up for? We got 368. Quinn Priester, JT Brubaker, Jack Leiter. 579, 648, 386. I can't justify. He's only pitched 9 innings, though. Quinn Priester's pitched 25 innings. Vince Velasquez. Max Kranick. Max is the one we can send down. That should be fine. Yes, please, Tamar Johnson off the injured list. Okay, this is our time to shine. Tamar needs to... Tamar needs to be in the MLB. We need to find a way. I know it doesn't make perfect sense, but I want him to have some MLB service at the end of this year. Bye-bye, Carlos Santana. Oh my gosh. Oh, another broken bone. Why are there so many broken bones? Just auto. I don't even care at this point. What the heck is happening? I'm honestly a little bit confused. Vince Velasquez is okay. Mike Burrows is doing well. Quinn Priest is doing well. Everybody's doing well. Vince Velasquez. How about this? You go to the bullpen. And what do you look like compared to the rest of the bullpen? Terrible? Alright, yeah, you just, bye-bye. The Indians 77 and 73, not able to make the postseason. The curve finished negative. That's not going to be postseason worthy. No, don't stop simulating because we're not in the minor league playoffs. We finished 76 and 86. Of course, that's not good enough to get into the playoffs. That's pretty clear. So what do we got on both sides of the playoff bracket this year? This kind of I ended up actually setting up the stream. Can you guys let me know that are watching live right now? Can you let me know whether you can rewind in the video and then come back to live? because I set up the video this time through YouTube. Because what I used to do is I used to set up the stream through OBS. Now I set it up through YouTube because I got that comment yesterday about, okay, thank you, Ozzy. So you can rewind. So someone left a comment yesterday about not being able to rewind. They could only watch it live. And I had no idea how to fix that because there was no setting for it. And whenever I actually set up the video through YouTube today, there was also no setting for it. So I don't know if it was just because it was set up through OBS the last time that you couldn't do it. So from now on, I'm just going to set up my videos through YouTube. And I actually I have a display here that's pretty cool. So I definitely like that. Anyway, in terms of the playoffs, what we got going on, we got the Yankees versus is that the Orioles? Really? Tampa Bay versus Toronto. Cleveland got the first round bye. That kind of makes sense. The Guardians and the Astros have the bye. And then on the other side, San Diego, so the Padres, the Braves both have a bye. And we have Philadelphia versus the Dodgers and the Cardinals versus the Mets. But I guess I can just keep advancing days just to kind of see what happens. Yankees beat Baltimore, and Tampa Bay beat Toronto. So the Blue Jays kind of a letdown. St. Louis goes on, and Philadelphia moves on. Atlanta was the first team to advance. The Yankees advance. Houston advance. So we got the Astros versus the Yankees, and the Braves versus the Padres. You know what I'm kind of curious of? I actually kind of joked about this with my friend who's a Padres fan, who might be watching, might not be watching. Cash, shout out to you if you are in the chat, or if you're watching. I joked about the fact that they don't have Tatis because of his suspension, right? And I was like, oh, well, maybe he'll pop back up whenever his suspension is served. That is not the case. So he's just not in the game right now. Yeah, Tatis is not there. So they're actually just doing great, even despite not having Tatis. Ooh, San Diego's up 2-0. Atlanta came back to win that series. Atlanta's won 4 games in a row. That's impressive. Atlanta versus the Astros. Who wins this World Series? Houston's up 3-1. The Astros defeat the Braves in the 2023 World Series. Not a surprise there. Third base coach is out. 5 days to negotiate contracts with any players who do not have contracts. 5 days to tender qualifying offers. View retired players. Rich Hill, 44 years old. Anybody else? Yeah, quite a few names here that I recognize. Corey Dickerson retired. Interesting. At 34, huh? A bunch of free agents. Robinson Cano makes the Hall of Fame. Okay. Not going to rebrand. Exclusive free agents. Don't care about any of these 3 players. The plan is for all of them to leave in free agency anyway. We gotta try to find better coaches. Do I replace Derek Shelton just for franchise purposes? Or do I keep him because it's realistic? I don't know. All right, so give me a pitching coach that is not totally garbage. Fernando Malone has no negatives. Omar Slater's stamina, velocity, home runs per 9. That's like right up my alley. Oh no. Has all positives. There are quite a few actually pretty solid. I don't want somebody old. Let's go with Carson Griswold, maybe. There's quite a few A's out here. All right, so we gotta increase our interest level. I mean, my payroll's only at $53 million. We can afford to offer some coaches some contracts. I wonder if I even need to go up that high. No, I don't. We got 3.9. Give me a first base coach. +3 speed would be pretty solid to have. And I know that we've experimented with this in the past, and the fact that these coaches sometimes don't even affect anything in game. Ceiling, durability, arm accuracy, speed. Chris Hook is looking like a great candidate here. Tony Beasley, sorry. I mean, we can go with a fielding focus. Both Madden and the show need to have the ability to turn off retirement. I mean, that's an interesting concept, but what would you do? Like, let's say you got a couple years down the line, you would be so flooded with extra players. Like, you'd have probably more free agents than the game could handle, you know? Brian Fry. There's a lot of very similar looking coaches in terms of what they offer. Let's go with Kyle Hudson here. I like the +2 arm accuracy was kind of what I was looking at. And then what? We need a third base coach? I'm probably going to fire my other coaches because the fact of the matter is there are a lot of good coaching candidates out here, and what we have right now is kind of bad. Chris Hook. Some of these guys I assume are what? Like head coaches, straight up head coaches? We talked about Chris Hook before, didn't we? Can you guys let me know, the 12 of you that are watching right now, can you let me know in the comments section with what I'm doing here? Should I get rid of Derek Shelton? Should I swap him out for a better coach with better statistics? Whoop. go with Robbie Green, or we could go with somebody older that has a ton of attributes. This guy's crazy good. Nah, don't get rid of him. All right, we'll just boost up the staff around him then. All right, so we have offers out to all of these other positions. I doubt they're all going to sign, but I think if we go, day by day, it'll tell us. So we got the first base coach. We need third base and farm director. I just want to make sure nobody's offering on them. Oh, I guess we can be doing some trades right now. I'm probably not going to do a whole lot of trading because there's not a whole lot that I would want to give up at the moment. We got our pitching coach, which is perfect. We're the only one offering on David Ratto. I need to stop backing out of that. And the Twins are also offering on Dave Roberts. All right, we got Dave Roberts, Dave Ratto, perfect. So we don't got to worry about our staff. Sim to free agency 1. Today's the last day to tender qualifying offers. No. Tender contracts, free agency. All right, first and foremost, did all of our rookies join the team? Yes. Eldon Hill. So we might need to mess around with the roster just a little bit. Weston Landis is super athletic. This is a center fielder for sure. What was he at corner outfield? I don't think he was a 50. I think he actually just went up in overall. Yeah. What else do we got? Because we have some athleticism now, so we can kind of move guys around. So Monty Maynard was our first-round draft pick. Absolute beast of a player. Lolo Sanchez is still around. Connor Scott. Travis Young. Eldon Hill. Also kind of a center field type of a player. Appreciate you guys letting me know, so I'll just hang on to Derek Shelton. Eldon Hill went up to a 57 in center field. We also got 2 left fielders, 1 left fielder. Yeah, he's more of a corner outfield type. Probably a little bit more of a right fielder than a left fielder. I don't know. There's really not a whole lot of a difference. Gal Andahar. The first baseman, Venner. Good contact, not a whole lot of power. Good vision. He can just hang out where he's at. And then we had 1 relief pitcher. What was his name? Freddie Connolly. Got Australia. I feel like I'm missing 1 player. right? Because I had... Oh, no, it's because I'm not really considering Maynard. So it was Maynard, Hill, Landis, Felsch, the first baseman, Connolly, and Estrella. Okay. So realistically, what we need to do is try to add a little bit to the roster. So we're going to be pretty solid in the outfield. Maynard is going to come up quickly. Sawinski I like quite a bit. He did pretty well last year. When we played that one game with him, he played really well. I like Tavares. We have a lot of potential in center field. Matt Frazier's not bad. I don't know that we necessarily need to add an outfielder of any kind because Kutch is also out here as well. Connor Joe should be back from injury this year. Might be able to help us out. Maybe like another guy that's on the fringe that could be potentially AAA, potentially MLB level player. Not going to really need anything at shortstop. And I actually am forgetting Ji-Hwan Bai can also play in the outfield, so we really don't need an outfielder. Triolo's not going to get it done. In fact, I might trade some of these guys away. So another third base shortstop type of player. I mean, if I'm not going to have Peguero up, second base should be pretty well taken care of between Termar Johnson, Rodolfo Castro, Tucapita, and Nick Gonzalez. I mean, we have a lot at second base. First base definitely needs at least one more player. I'll be all right with Mason Martin maybe putting in some time. 2, 4. So we need a depth catcher of some sort. AAA, AA type of a level. Any bullpen we can sign will be of help. Literally anybody in the bullpen will help. And to be honest with you, some of these guys I'm probably going to straight up cut. We'll be pretty happy with Keller, Contreras, Leiter. Brubaker's leaving. So some of the players that are technically leaving in free agency haven't left yet. I guess some of them are arbitration eligible. Priester. So that gives us 4. We may want to think about signing a 5th pitcher. Let's go to free agency real quick and take a look at what's out here. How does this work again with the qualifying? Can negotiate with any team. Signing a player that received a qualifying offer will forfeit a draft pick to this previous team. So a qualified player can receive a qualifying offer. It has to say qualifying offer made for them to have received that offer. Okay. Clayton Kershaw really that low at this point? Probably need to offer on a guy that's like not expensive, not really offered by anybody else. I could do the Noah Syndergaard route that I've done in the past because I really like Noah Syndergaard. But it looks like everybody in this range is going to be like 10 mil. Well, James Paxton's getting a 5.2. What is the logic with some of these players? Jared Eichhoff has been with the Pirates, apparently. Chance Hendrickson. This guy was just already out there. That's one of those generic free agents that's probably way too high overall. Charlie Morton was with the Pirates before. I don't really want to go with the super old route, though. All right, let's look at catchers, because we can definitely get somebody here. Just need somebody that's not old. Maybe there's a prospect that fell through. Juan Fernandez. William Nakamura out of Japan. I like the looks of this guy. Lewis Noble, he was a generic out there. I really wish they wouldn't give good devs to those players. Martin Rosales is a guy that I think slipped through. I'll probably let him go to another team. We don't need to kind of flood our... We don't need to go crazy with adding all these draft prospects, maybe at other positions. But we're going to be set at catcher for a long time. Let's just go with Nakamura. If you guys in chat see anybody in specific that you think would be a good add to the team, shout it out, put it down in the chat, and we'll certainly consider it. Old man Joey Votto. Miguel Sano was sitting there in free agency during the year. Barry Christensen was another one that was sitting out there. Bobby Bradley's 27. Why does he have B potential still? Roderick Smith was out there. D'Angelo Bromberg must have been there too because he's got a bunch of negatives. Some of these guys are just too low overall for them to really matter. What's that guy's name? Guadalupe Fernandez. What a name. These guys are too low overall. I'm actually starting to question if there are any draft prospects that fell through. If I go back to catcher, some of these guys... Yeah, they're all getting negatives. No, so like Fred Berger was 100% a draft prospect. So was Arthur Boev? Fred Berger's from Mississippi. This guy's from PA. I'm going to make an offer on Fred Berger. There's not a whole lot out here at first base, honestly. Ozzy, I don't know about new pitching animations this year. I honestly don't have any of that information. I'm liking the look of Gio Urshela. He's got no offers on him currently. Wants 4.4 per year. I'll give you a 1-year $6 million deal for Platoon. Anything at shortstop? Ahmed Rosario's out there. Can't really afford to offer on him. Well, actually, we probably could. That's only $4 million per year. He's a little bit more athletic, too. He'll probably be a starter somewhere, though. I don't know that I can justify him. I want to see... Really just looking for players that can contribute at the plate more than anything. How old is Ursula? 32. What about second base? Is there anybody at second base that can also play? Colton Wong. I've always liked. He's just as old though. Adam Frazier. We could bring Adam Frazier back. He does have position flexibility. They're not really known for bringing players back, though, so Josh Harrison's still out there. Talk about position flexibility. We're gonna go with Urshela. I'm gonna pronounce that name wrong like 20 times before this is over. In the outfield, we mentioned we really don't need anything out here. I'm honestly just kind of looking for if any prospects slip through the cracks. Actually, I wish that it showed these guys by age. Just kind of looking for players with arms, to be honest with you. These guys are just old. This is that guy I was talking about. I don't know why they still include these guys in the games with the giant mustaches and everything. Kenneth Cooley has a big arm. Make an offer to him. And he's 20. These guys were already free agents out here. Realistically, I'm not trying to win this year. That's why I'm not going for any big names. I'm just kind of trying to approach this realistically. We're probably going to go pretty quickly through year 2 as well. I'll probably play a bunch of games. I don't know if the word a bunch is correct. I'll probably play a handful of games with guys like Termar and whatnot because I want to get some experience with them while they're young. But I really don't plan on trying to go all in right now. I plan on flying through season 2 pretty quickly as well. Fred Pate has a big arm, 20 years old. Most of these guys were already out in free agency, so it doesn't seem like it's the way it used to be, where all of the undrafted players just are out here. All right, so we got a couple of just straight up depth guys with all these prospects. We are going in for one third base type of a player. He can also play short, first, and second, so he can play the entire infield. He's kind of actually pretty perfect for what we're looking to do. We just need to add to the pitching side of things. So we need guys in the bullpen. And now this is an area where I'm not going to be afraid to spend a little bit of money, I feel like, depending on what these guys are asking for. Jordan Hicks might be the perfect type of player. I don't know that I want to go 4 years on it. Let's go 3 years on Jordan Hicks. That would be a good add to the bullpen. Let's maybe look for one more. Man, Aroldis Chapman's still out here. I wish they easily showed everybody's age, because like that's the main thing I give a crap about here. I honestly don't really care otherwise. I need to know what age these guys are, and I hate having to click into every single one of them. I mean, most of these guys are old. I suppose if I was very familiar with baseball, I would be able to sort through these guys pretty quickly and tell how old they are. Yeah, it looks like Jordan Hicks is literally the only one here that's like the perfect ad for us. What about the closing pitcher role? Still just a bunch of old dudes, which is fine. Let's make Aroldis a deal. Let's make him a deal. Starting pitchers, I said I wanted to maybe add one more guy. I really don't want to add a player that's going to be like super low overall by the end of the year, though. Meaning I don't want a 40-year-old dude. There's really not a whole lot out here. There's the couple of auto-generated guys, but that's about it. No Syndergaard would be too good in my opinion. Go 1 year offer on Mike Clevenger. I think that's about all I'm going to offer it for on free agency. We do have to check salary arbitration. I thought I signed you to a contract. No. Well, we brought you in for a reason, and you played really well. 3 years at 2.8. That sounds reasonable to me. He's not going to be a star. You are going to be an everyday player, though. Might be able to get you at a little bit cheaper. It's fine. We'll just give him what he wants. We do kind of want Connor Joe back. Let Brubaker go. Let DeJong go. So I do have to offer a bunch of players contracts. I thought I re-signed some of these guys already. Jeez, we're going to have to do all of these guys? Okay. Let's try to fly through it position by position. Gorski, we can let you walk. We have a lot of players in the outfield now. He can walk. Three, 21, 25. Does he add anything? Not really. A little bit of fielding. So he's completely renewable for that period of time. What the heck? How am I able to renew? Oh, because his contract right now is like nothing. Make our life easier, get those guys signed. We kind of have to bring back all of our catchers. Oh man, there really needs to be a way. I mean, I guess I could set this to auto, but this is the type of stuff that I go through off screen whenever I'm doing these franchises that you guys probably don't see much of. Actually, no, I don't want an offer on him. Don't want an offer on him. Oh, nope. All right, let's see how that works out for us. That should be pretty much everybody. Let's see. Transactions completed. Pirates. Free agency. So we got that catcher, the right fielder, the center fielder. We got Jordan Hicks and that other catcher. Let me make sure, because if my roster's full, I might not be able to actually sign the other free agents. So Cam Allred can be released. Jeffrey Passantino. So currently have the highest offer on Clevenger, Urshela, and Chapman. We got Clevenger. Chapman's TBD. Did we get Urshela? We did. Okay. We don't want Manaea. We don't want Holderman. Some of these guys we might want to have back. We might want to have offers on them. Just for depth purposes, because we're not going to have a crazy farm system yet. I mean, that should set us up. So we should have gotten Chapman now. Perfect. He is old. He's going to go down quite a bit, but I know I can rely on his velocity, his break, his Ks per 9. It's going to be serviceable. Henry Davis hasn't signed yet. Mike Burrows hasn't signed yet. Yeah, got to do the 40-man roster. Did I get everybody back? Yeah, and then these two guys are just walking. 40-man, 40-man. Okay, wait, why is this... Yeah, he can go through waivers, that's fine. He can stay on the 40-man. He can stay on. Yeah, some of these guys can stay on the 40-man. I'm going to have to add, though. Lolo's going to get added. Lonnie White probably doesn't need to be on the 40-man quite yet. I gotta remove one of these guys from the 40-man. Wait, I thought I did. I did already. Okay. None of the rest of these guys matter being on there. Second base, 40, 40, 40. Nick Gonzalez should really get on the 40-man. I'm surprised he's not already on there, but... yeah, none of these guys are on the 40. We didn't add a first baseman, but that's fine. We might just have to rely on prospects. Yeah, no patience for it, honestly. I don't think a lot of people do have patience for all this stuff, Ozzy. A lot of people put this stuff on auto. I'm just a little bit crazy when it comes to it. Two, three, four, five, six, seven. Somebody here can get taken off the 40-man. Johan. Because Henry Davis needs to be on the 40-man roster. Ah, that's right. We talked about in the last video Henry Davis being that kind of first base type of help. Pitchers, starting pitchers, 40-man. I want Lonnie White on here just so he's protected. All right, that should be good. We should be set on the 40 men now. Is there anybody else left here that's worthwhile? Nobody has put, I mean, let's be honest, nobody's put in an offer on CJ Crone, who could be really helpful. Reese Hoskins. Garrett Cooper. I was looking at Garrett Cooper earlier. Jesus Aguilar's out here. Or Hosmer. Nah, we're not going to mess with it. I mean, realistically, I could sign Brubaker and trade him, right? I was just kind of letting him walk. They claim Max Kranick. Nope. Let him walk. That's fine. But we should probably then see if there's a starting pitcher out here that's not super old that we can add. Or just trade for somebody, I guess. This guy looks like a undrafted free agent. Let's go for him. Robert Strickland. Make him an offer. That should be good. The Astros want Mitch Estrella, our draft pick, already. Okay. What are they offering us? Hector Neris. No, I'll hang on to Estrella. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not really looking to hang on to either of these guys. I mean, I guess they're 60s. I'll offer them contracts. If we have roster space for them, I might as well keep them around. Matt Chapman's out here still. He's getting a big contract offer, though. Estrella and Nunez for Jace Peterson. That's not even close to that's literally not even close to equitable. Giancarlo's out there available. And give us some power potential. We don't need him though. Taiwan Walker. Nick Castellanos. Hector Neris. Orlando Arcia. And Richard Blyer. Update trade block. I'm not asking for these. Yeah, I wasn't asking for specific positions, was I? Sim to the Roll 5 draft. This is what I care about here. This is where we can usually pick up somebody decent. Toussaint. Touki Toussaint was out here and available. What? Oh, I would have loved to have Touki Toussaint. Jordan Yamamoto. Wow, they're really taking 69 overall C potential guys. The Roll 5 draft might be a little different this year. Freak, dude. They took Kyle Nicholas, who was one of my starting pitchers. Wow, okay. That's kind of wild, to be honest with you. But, okay, so most of these players are protected. That's interesting. I mean, if I take somebody, they have to be on my major league roster, so I can't just... But I could get a guy like Landon Knack, B potential 68, Ian Seymour. There's actually some players out here I might take, because like those players, these pitchers anyway, would be good in my bullpen, if nowhere else. Luis Oviedo is still out and around. That was one of the Pirates' prospects at one point. Willie Castro. Good power. Good arm. I don't know. I mean, could he play first base? He could play in the outfield. Wait, who's it comparing against? Rodolfo. Oh, so Rodolfo is the one with good power. He's got decent contact and a good arm. Nah, he wouldn't be that useful to us. It's good to see that most CPU teams have kind of figured it out, though, where they're not just leaving good players out here to be taken. That kind of used to be the case. I think I am going to go after one of these pitchers, though. The question just becomes who. Landon Knack looks like a solid player. Ian Seymour's a year younger, same overall. I mean, some of these guys that are C's might not even be bad because they would fit into our bullpen, but Francisco Morales. Good break, good velocity. 24 years old. Brennan Malone, I had him last year. All right, we're going to go with Ian Seymour and actually take him. We'll be able to find a spot for him somewhere. So who did all these teams take? Seth Corey, Brett Martin, Efrain Contreras, Cal Conley, Connor Norby. Can't select any more players. Okay. So we had one spot open, which let us pick one player. So let's fix that up. I mean, honestly, he could be a starting pitcher. Mitch Keller's not in the majors for us. We'll have to edit this around, fix it up. 2, 3, 4, 5. He's going to be a relief pitcher. Overall. We might want to shuffle his stats around a little bit just to make sure that he still maintains a half decent overall. Like, for our purposes, we'll just take his stamina down and just say he's a little bit better as a pitcher. Is going to be fine. He'll progress. Riley. 4, 5. Is he on our 40 man? Yeah. 5, 6. We really could use bullpen help down here. Someone's offering us for Majika. I wouldn't be opposed to trading him. Richard Blyer. No, doesn't really add anything. All right, back to spring training. What's up, Cash? Appreciate you tuning in, bro. We can see that the team has progressed quite a bit. We were in the 20s in most of our ranked categories. Our rank, our contact, our power, pitching, defense, speed. I can't remember exactly where we fell in terms of all of those. Some of them might have gone down a bit, but we're at least into the teens in everything. So that's fantastic. Yeah, let's do a recap. Good call. Basically, not a whole lot. We made a couple of moves. We let Brubaker walk and basically replaced him with Mike Clevenger, which I kind of like as a pickup. We were able to get him on a, 1 year, $4.6 million deal. I mean, not much of a change, a little bit of an upgrade in my opinion. And we're going to rock with Keller, Contreras, Leiter, and Priester. As well as some of these other guys that we have will be maybe taking on bullpen roles. In the bullpen, we were able to sign Jordan Hicks, which was kind of like the good signing that we made in the offseason. 27 B potential. Able to get him on a 3-year, $3 million per year type of deal, which I really like because he'll be able to help out in the bullpen tremendously. My type of pitcher, as you can see, good break, good velocity, really good hits per 9 and home runs per 9. It's like my perfect type of pitcher. And then we were also able to add Aroldis Chapman. I wanted to add a veteran. I know this might not be the most realistic one, but like he was getting nothing from other teams, so we offered him 1 year, $2.6 million, just to beef up the bullpen a little bit. And everything else has pretty much stayed the same. We were able to roll 5 draft Ian Seymour, who was a starting pitcher, 68 overall with B potential. But I was like, you know what? Our bullpen still, could use a little bit of help. So Ian Seymour will have to be on our roster year round. Hopefully he'll progress a little bit. But that'll be a good bullpen ad. That's kind of where we stand with that. We got one of our starting pitchers. What the heck was his name? Drafted away from us to the Marlins. Where are the Marlins at? They Rule 5 drafted Kyle Nicholas away from us. I really didn't think I would need to have this guy on the 40-man roster to keep him away from another team, but hey, they took him. Whatever. I mean, he could have ended up being pretty good for us, but I'm not going to complain too much. Catcher-wise, we're pretty much staying the same. We let the two older guys go, and we just added a couple of undrafted free agents in William Nakamura and Fred Berger out of Mississippi. So not much there. At first base, we didn't do a whole lot, but I figured, like we talked about last year, Henry Davis can help out at first base. Mason Martin is just going to have to take on a bigger role. We probably could have done more here, but there really weren't any free agents that I thought fit. Nothing at second. At third base, we got Gio Urshela, which I really liked because of the bat potential that he has. And he's not a bad fielder. I mean, not terrible anyway. I wanted somebody that could kind of be a little bit more offensive. And he can also play first, so that kind of helps out. Shortstop, nothing has changed. And in the outfield, nothing has changed either. We just brought Connor Joe back on a 1-year deal because he really never got a shot for us because he got torn ACL or something last year. So we never even really got to use him. But I do like what he potentially has to offer. He's got a good arm out there, solid contact, decent power. And then all of our draft picks, we moved our draft picks around a little bit. Scott Felsch is in left field. We have a couple of center field guys, Eldon Hill that we drafted. I think we signed Kenneth Cooley, and Winston Landis was a draft pick. And in right field, Monty Maynard, the draft pick. Lolo Sanchez looks like he's going to be potentially good for the future. And we did, I think, sign Fred Pate. We'll probably have to consolidate some of these. Who was one? The first overall pick was Monty Maynard, 72 overall, 21-year-old. Really good bat. Very, very good bat to start off with. This is kind of the prospect I was really looking for with the Pirates. Corner outfielder, not the biggest athlete in the world, but has good power to start and really good bat. He was, I don't know. The thing with him was we had him ranked as like was it a top 10 prospect or something? And he was unranked for the rest of the MLB. Dylan Cruz. I'm guessing that's the top outfield prospect. Had him 13. Okay. This is our guy. Honestly, with his batting, he might be in the MLB to start. We're going to use him in spring training and see how he does. I know it's not super realistic, but I mean, this guy is coming in with better ratings than even Termar did, and Termar's ready to go. I also, since you are just hopping into the stream, I fixed Endy's face so he looks a little bit better. He looks a little bit more like a realistic Endy Rodriguez. Doesn't look crazy. And I also added Jun Seok Shim, the international relief pitching prospect. I need to do roster work, though. I know a lot of this is boring stuff, but we need to do roster work. We got contract extensions. Might not worry about those yet. Yeah, space eyes were gone. Yeah, I don't know what they were doing with Endy. I fixed his, basically what I did was I fixed his eyebrows a little bit. I fixed his cheeks because it was like they had his cheeks like sunken in, but he's got more going on there to his facial structure in real life than they gave him in the game. And I fixed his chin too. I don't know what they had going on, but he looked absolutely crazy. Now he actually looks like a legit human being. So that's where we're at with that. What are we at? 40. 26 minus 12 would be 14. 40 minus 14 is 26. So we are at max on our roster, I think. Who's out here in free agency? Adam Duvall, John Birdie. We might need to add like Eric Hosmer at first base or Joey Votto. I don't know. Bring Yoshi Tsutsugo back. Yes. I love the potential of that. Chad Bell. Maybe I'll trade for somebody. Although I don't know. Oh, Williams Astudillo's out here. Why is he so low rated? I love me some Astudillo. What's his nickname? I'm not thinking of it off the top of my head now. Anyway, I think we're going to have too many players. Let's go to the regular season. Set my trade block, sim to draft day, play next game, calendar. Okay, this is where we need to make sure everything's set up appropriately. Why did it put lighter down? One, two, three, four, five. And of course, this is all messed up. 2, 3, 4. Five, 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Four, 5. Two, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Catchers, MLB. Triple A, Double A, Double A. Man, we are weak at first base. We got power there, though, I guess. Kind of looking around to see if there's anybody here that I should switch over to first base, because like 3 AAA, maybe Majika. He's young though, he should probably stay over there. double A. MLB, triple, double. MLB, triple, double. Triple A. So we're going to have to clear out some of these prospects is what I'm looking at here. We're going to have way too many, which is fine. That's kind of to be expected. So we got too many in AAA. And we have 7 too many in AA. Okay, now we should be set and ready to go. Oh crap. There we go. Set the trade block. I don't really want to get rid of Bednar. Not going to want to get rid of Hayes, Cruz, Keller, Contreras, McCutcheon. Not really going to want to get rid of anybody. We'll still be looking for relief pitchers, closing pitchers. First base, maybe. What is our budget? 69 million. So we are increasing a little bit. All right, last thing. I want to look at existing trade block. There's nothing out there. All right, so let's play our first game of the season. Make sure our pitching rotation and lineups are set appropriately. So we got Mitch Keller out here. Termar's going to be in at second base. Okay. Oh, perfect. It's a home opener, too. We're going to go clear skies. We're going against a lefty to start. $77 and $41 versus $74 and $56. Yeah, Rodolfo is really good against lefties. We're going to put Termar in at DH. Is anybody here not good against lefties? Maynard, it's going to be your rookie debut. Mason Martin isn't good against lefties. Well, he's not good against anything. He's just a power hitter. Connor Joe could theoretically play first. Gio Ursula could play first. We'll make the change if we feel like we need to make the change in the middle of the game. Henry Davis could also go to first right now. We'll go with the power. See what Mason Martin is like this year. I'm also very curious to see if we're going to have success with the bat like we did the first game.
Opening day festivities wrapping up, and we'll be back to get this season started right after this. Sandwiched between Mazeroski Way and the Roberto Clemente Bridge, welcome to PNC Park. Opening day baseball on the show. It's the Tampa Bay Rays going up against the Pittsburgh Pirates. John Shabby and Chris Singleton with you. So the Pittsburgh Pirates find themselves as underdogs as the curtain rises on the season. Singy, what do you say in the clubhouse when a lot of folks are writing you off before the first pitch is even thrown?
You say forget all that, Boog. Block out the noise because the season is decided on the field, okay? So there's still talent on this roster, and if one...
Just a little bit away from first pitch, and today's starter, Mitch Keller. Chris, how about a scouting report?
Yeah, very respectable numbers last year. Sub 350 ERA, and guys like that, you may think, well, they're elite pitchers that are pitching sub twos, they're dominating, but when you can have that kind of consistency, you know you have a chance to win the ball game every time he takes the mound. So, good season last year, opportunity for him to go out there and repeat it this year, possibly even improve.
So I can focus on pitching.
If this guy's pitching for me and I'm playing in the outfield, I'm loving every minute of it.
Hacks and misses. It's a
slider, not where I wanted it to be, but
he came out of his mechanics there. Typically likes to shoot the ball the other way, but that time a little anxious.
Stepping in, Josh Lowe, and he swings and misses at the initial offering, and that one pulled foul. 0-2 now.
Ah, shoot, I forgot to adjust their pitches.
That's a strikeout.
No, anytime you can punch out the top two guys in a lineup to start an inning, got to be feeling pretty good out there on the mound, because when you think of just having a distraction, table setters on the base paths.
We're not going to pause on that thought, as that'll do it for the inning. Rays held in check here at the plate for Pittsburgh.
Just checking again, just to make sure what we're on. Yeah, we're on All-Star. We'll go up after this game if we again have a ton of success.
The pitch.
Monty Maynard.
Strike on the outside
First
corner.
overall
And that's
draft
strike one. McClanahan, a former All-Star. He features a four-seam fastball, a changeup, a curve, and he works in a slider. In the air, out towards left center. A Rosarena makes the catch, and there's one down. Here's Leody Taveras, a switch hitter batting right.
We got onto that. That was really close. That could have been a good hit.
First pitch just misses. And he takes a strike.
Out there on the mound, he's setting the tone early with the fastball. 98 miles per hour up on the scoreboard.
Swing and a miss. That is strike two.
Clearly, he was sitting on a fastball right there and just ended up out in front of the slider. Hey, you can't fault him for his commitment. Now he's just going to have to battle with 2 strikes.
Should I swung on that?
And a foul ball, he stays alive.
I'm definitely not as good against lefties.
And a pitch.
Oh, that's a beauty.
Into left center for a base hit.
Or 2 at least.
Makes the turn. He's digging for second. Not stopping. He's going for 3.
That was
throw
stupid.
a second.
Yeah,
the tag out. He
Of
can't
course.
scramble back in time. Now batting Key Brian
That's just a dumb play
Hayes.
on my part.
That one ripped.
Well, that would have been a 2-run homer.
Low drop step. Going
Yeah, we might be going up to Hall of Fame this year. Dang.
He circles the bases just like
good
that.
key.
They move in front. It's 1-0.
104.5 exit velocity.
That one was a hanger, and pitchers typically don't get away with making a
Boom.
mistake like that. And right there, he made him pay.
Should have been a 2-run home run.
He's someone that really beats up on right-handed pitching. The lefties, however, give him a little bit more trouble. First pitch, and he just misses. On the ground.
It's a well-hit
He
ball.
dives, but he can't make the catch. He doesn't have a throw, and they come away without an out.
With that fastball, even though it's high velocity, you've got to live on the outer edges. When it's right on a tee, right down the middle, professional hitters are not going to have a problem turning it around.
Rodolfo Castro at the plate and takes high there. Foul ball.
Oh,
That fastball at the bottom of the zone can be very effective. Just got to keep it on the corners.
Swings and misses. Now 1-2.
really good curveball.
Cruz leads off first with 2 down to the inning. Fouls it off, still 1-2. Towards left center.
It was good timing. Got under it a little bit.
Franco makes
I'll
the
take
catch,
the 1-0 lead
and
again,
that'll
though.
do it. But they're off to a good start as they pick up a run on this solo shot. It's an
I actually,
early
I'm going to be
1-0
honest
lead.
with you guys. I know I simmed through year 1,
Back here in
but
Pittsburgh, top of the second, and
I may
now
be
it's
more
Brandon
inclined to
Lau.
play more games this year
The wide to kick the
than I
pitch.
typically do because the
A
hitting
swing
is
and a miss,
actually
and
working
that's strike
correctly.
1.
Well, you got to find a way to catch
Like,
up
I know
to
we
that
talked
pitch,
about this
perhaps
last
shorten the
stream, but
swing,
basically,
eliminate the stride. That
you know,
one
when I
came
put
in
my
high,
zone
but right
here,
down the middle, you're
the
saying to
bat is
yourself, how did I
swinging
miss
here,
that
and I hit the
pitch?
ball
Gotta
if
make
the
a
ball
quick
goes to
adjustment.
where I'm
And
placing
Drummond,
the
our
zone.
umpire behind the plate in
Last
this
year, it
one.
felt like
Yeah,
you were
Book, he's a
placing the
really
zone
fair
here,
umpire, both
and
the
you
pitchers and
would
the
swing
hitters.
here,
So
or you would swing
standard
here.
strike zone
You
is
know what I mean?
consistent
And
with
it didn't
and the
show
great
up
thing
where
is
you were
don't
actually
see players
placing the
question the
PCI.
calls too much, so that's a good thing in this day and age.
What about some no-nos? Like, you can't call the umpire blue the way you do in Little League or high school, right?
Yeah, even in the minor leagues, you'll
That's
learn
foul.
quickly. You call the umpire blue, you better learn his name, and that's just part of being a professional player and even a major league player.
Got
So
it
the
by
hitting's
him for the
operating
K.
way better this year.
Now it's J.D. Davis.
Pitching feels about the same. maybe a little easier.
Popped up to the left, into foul ground. Hayes in position. He makes the grab. 2 away.
Fell off to a great start. He's really cruising out there on the mound. He's got a chance to get through these first 2 innings with under 20 pitches. That could set him up to go deep into this game.
Wander Franco in the box now as he leaves that one up high.
I don't want to throw that slider. Recipe for a home run.
And it's even up.
1-1.
A little out front there as he swings through it.
It's amazing to look up and see
He can
88
swing
miles
on
per
the
hour
sinker.
on that changeup. Back in the day, that was a pretty good
There it is.
fastball. But with high velocities these days, that's
Starting to
plays
get used
made
to that
there,
new throwing
and that
meter.
retires the side.
It's much more difficult this year than it has
They
been in the
trail
past.
here,
I kind of like it, though.
1-0.
I complained about it in the
Bottom
first
half of
game,
inning
but I
number
think I kind of
2.
like it
Here's
now.
the left fielder, Andrew McCutcheon. And the pitch is in for a strike. That's strike 1. Started to swing. Held up.
Oh, we
That's
can actually
big right
check
there,
swing
being
this
able to
year?
check
Is
your
that
swing. Think
are
about
we
the
actually
count
allowed to
swing.
check
Instead
swing
of
now?
0-2, he's sitting 1-1 against a really good arm.
Rolled over to third. Davis with the throw to first. Leadoff man retired here in the second. So next to the plate for Pittsburgh,
Jamar Johnson. I don't think 85 is accurate. We should probably
In
look for a
there
better
for
number.
strike 1.
Yeah, it is tough to square up a pitch, but when you actually square it up and you actually put your zone on the ball, you
One down,
actually
base is
hit the
empty.
ball. That's the
Pitch
big difference
misses.
for me.
Yeah, that's ball 2. And there's the strike.
Man, that pitch was dotted. So much talent on display when this guy's out there on the hill.
Fastball almost got him there.
Well, you've got to establish the inside part of the plate early, and that sends a message not just to this hitter, but to the rest of the guys in this lineup.
Johnson checks his swing, appeal to third, no swing. He held up. Clyde Washington with the
Shoot,
call
you can
there.
actually check swing this year. Let's go.
On that 3-2 with the bases empty. Close
That was one of
pitch.
my biggest
That's gonna
complaints
work out
last
of the
year. You
stretch.
could not check swing to save your life.
Andy Rodriguez in the box here.
Oh yeah,
Lets
Andy
that one
looks
go for
so
a
much
ball.
better now. It's still not 100% accurate, but it's never going to be. There's a good hit, Andy.
Line to right, and that'll be a base hit.
Stayed
They
second.
get it in quickly. So first and second, now 1 out.
State of the franchise. Appreciate you tuning in, man.
So
Thanks for
1 out
jumping
with
into the
2
comment
aboard.
section as well.
Mason Martin, the next Pirate to hit.
Oh
Smash
yeah.
towards center.
Oh really? I
Low.
thought that was
Pulls
better
that
hit
one
than it
down.
was.
Runner tagging for third, and he moves up a base.
I thought
So
Mason
2
Martin had a
away
3-run home
with
run.
runners at the corners.
Misjudged it.
Now it's the right fielder, Monte.
Man, we did get down to that curveball. We just didn't get right in where I needed to. Oh
Swing
man.
and a pop up. Foul territory for the catcher.
Dang it, we were close to that one.
Bethencourt makes the catch, and that'll do it.
Crap.
Pirates strand a couple,
So
but they're on
close.
top 1-0.
Just underneath of it. Monty
here at the
Maynard was our first overall draft pick. 72 overall B potential corner outfielder
New
that
inning
came
getting
in with
started.
really
To the
good
plate
batting
now for
stats.
The Rays is the DH, Nico Holsizer. Top of the zone for a
So
call
we're actually
strike.
technically speaking in year 2, in
starting
case you
as the
don't know.
designated hitter, hitting 7th in today's lineup, and he's a former Rookie of the Year. Next pitch
But
is
yeah, Monty
downstairs.
Maynard, we may change his name to one of the real-life prospects. That's some work that I'll have to do at some point.
Now he'll turn for second,
Terrible throw.
and he pulls in with a double for his first hit of the year.
Well, that may end up being an at-bat we go back to later on when this game is over.
I
Nice
have
job
mixed
going the
feelings
opposite
about
way with
the
it, letting the ball
scouting
travel
and
not
signing.
allowing the barrel to hook around the ball. It's so
I like
frustrating when
that-
you see a good pitch and your
I
hands
like
roll
what they
over.
did
He's
a
on
little
the
bit with the
outside part of
scouting.
plate. and he approached it perfectly.
From the perspective of they kind of took the existing scouting system and just made good logical changes to it. My biggest issue is, though, you can't see your scouting in between Sundays. You set your scouting on Sunday, and then it's locked, and you can't do anything with it for the rest of the week. So if you're slow going through a franchise, playing every single game day by day, you're rarely going to see your scouting board. And even once you have your scouting assignment set, you can't just access the scouting board, which to me is really weird.
On the run, sends it over to first.
Well, opening day is an exciting one for everyone on the field, but there's some nerves involved that if you haven't had a chance to settle into the season.
So that's, I kind of like some of the changes that they made, but at the same time, I feel like it's slightly poorly implemented. They could have been doing better with the changes that they made.
Swing and a miss, and that's strike 2.
Everyone here understands just how quickly things could change.
Cuts and misses.
He made him look silly.
Well, this is where the team aspect
Come on,
comes into
Arozarena,
play
you're better than that.
side of the game, right? I mean, missed opportunity to tie it up with the runner at third, 1 out, couldn't put the ball in play. So now it's time to pick him up, and that's where good teams they go to. They operate on this level of next man up. That mentality is what causes them to win series, get into the postseason. That helps keep the energy.
Ooh, good curveball. Let's go. What a beauty. Let's go circle change, down and in. Give it to him slow. Yep, easy strikeout.
Change-up struck him out.
A lot of adrenaline, we can see it right there, and sometimes you just got to let it out. That's an outstanding job
if they took what they did to the scouting system and they let us access our scouting board throughout the week, I think I would be more accepting of the changes that they made.
In his third season.
The other thing I don't really like is that it seems pretty difficult to discover prospects. Like there's been multiple times where I set a scouting assignment as like discover outfielders or whatever, and they just don't. They come back with nothing. So I don't really know how much discovery matters. Like I basically drafted based off of the prospects that were already given to me at the beginning of the scouting period. So it kind of seems like discovery is potentially useless. And I think Ozzy was saying something similar in the chat yesterday.
And a pitch. Foul ball still 0-2.
It could be, but like I was using guys that had 85-ish discovery ratings, so I was thinking they'd at least come back with one player.
And a pitch. And that's outside.
But like most scouts probably aren't going to have 90+ discovery, you know what I mean? I guess it makes it perhaps I need to go in and find a scout that has 90+ and only use that scout to discover. It's very possible. I think I need to do a little bit more testing with it, really, just to see how exactly that works.
And now, O'Neal Cruz reached on an infield single his first time.
They're not pronouncing it O'Neal Cruz this year. They're actually saying O'Neal.
And he deals. And there's the strike.
Spin rate's outstanding on that high fastball. Really
yeah, right. Like pretty much any scout should be able to come back to you with one player. You know, even if they're coming back with crappy players, you know what I mean?
Swing and a miss.
I mean, realistically, there's how many high school and college baseball players in America?
Some say, hey, get the ground ball, double play with 2 strikes.
Let alone all the international prospects, you know?
I think you just execute your pitch, make the best pitch you possibly can, and let the result be whatever it's going to be.
And here it comes.
Oh, did I not hit that?
The ladder
Really?
struck him out.
With that kind of velocity and elevated fastball, even if it's still in the strike zone,
just under it, just late.
To get on top of.
Dang.
Squirts away a little bit. Nice job behind the plate there.
I'm loving the fact that you can actually check swing this year. The user input actually matters.
Next offering is in for a
Absolutely
strike.
loving this. Come on, Rodolfo.
Step off throw to first.
Something into a gap.
Hayes gets back easily.
Beauty. Absolute
And there's
beauty.
a rocket into the outfield.
We're going home. Go to second.
Here comes Hayes around third. He's in at second with a one-out
Oh,
double. The run
hitting
scores all the
feels
way from
so
first, and they're
good.
up by
Finally.
3. And now it's Andrew
This
McCutcheon.
hitting feels so good in this game. I hope they don't change anything about it.
First pitch doesn't
Maybe
find
adjust
zone.
the sounds a little bit
McCutcheon,
if people
a
are
former
feeling
Gold
like they
Glove
need
winner,
adjusted, but hitting
37
actually
years young.
feels
He
good.
joined the team as a free agent. Next offering misses. 2 balls, no
When you
strikes to
actually
count.
get a hold of a ball, it feels so nice.
And that's in for a strike.
Back-to-back fastballs in. That last one called for a strike. Probably go away, but look for him to come back in there to try to finish you off.
Man at second. That's through there for a strike.
You love tap it and it's a strike. Explain. You mean like button accuracy?
Now it bounces away.
I
Can't
should've
squeeze it.
advanced. Let's go back. Oh, for check swinging.
And a 3-2.
Oh, why didn't I stay up there? I would have had that.
A Rosarena racing over to make the catch.
Every day during batting practice, these outfielders get about 10 minutes of balls in the gaps. They practice this, and when the game comes, they make the play perfect.
Termarr Johnson.
I'm not sure if
now
I'm
at the plate.
interpreting your comment exactly correctly. I'm
On
just
the ground,
appreciating the
right
fact
side.
that I can lay off
Paredes
of
fires over to first.
pitches finally.
Inning over, and it could have been worse. But they'll pick up a couple runs here, both coming
I
on
felt like
this
last
two-run
year it didn't matter who I had.
Start of the fourth. Here's
I
the
just
speed
couldn't
threat,
check swing.
Jake McCarthy.
Like it felt like even if you had a player that had fantastic stats,
The wind of the
you
pitch.
couldn't possibly check a swing.
Well, after scoring runs, this is where you're looking for that shutdown inning. Get that hot team back in there to swing the bats.
Next pitch misses way outside. Ground ball right side. Martin collects it. Takes it himself. Leadoff hitter retired in the fourth.
Well, he's doing a nice job of keeping the ball out of the air. Lets the defense work behind him with another ground ball. Good execution.
Lau, the next to hit, takes ball 1.
Oh, Key Bryan won the Golden
Nowadays,
Glove
with
for us in
advanced metrics and
2023.
increased use of moving the infielders around, defense isn't necessarily about making errors. Are you able to get to the ball? Are you able to position fielders where guys hit the ball, but within the new shift rules? On the ground, right side. Castro gloves it, throws to first.
Castro's been really good.
Area that
I've
goes
seen a lot of work
unnoticed
there at
is
second base.
The coach that's responsible for positioning, and then the research.
Oh,
person
yeah,
that's
I see what you're
providing
saying.
the
Yeah,
information. So
that's what
we're
I'm
seeing in
saying I
baseball,
hated.
so
You would
many more
barely
people
flinch at the
behind
plate and they would
scenes
call
that
it a
are
strike.
contributing
Yeah.
to the success between the lines.
So I see
Davis stands in now,
making a
looks
joke.
at
I
that one
gotcha.
inside.
I'm a little, how do I say this in the most PR way
On
possible?
the ground to the left.
I'm a little dumb sometimes. I'll just
Fires
say
over
it
to
that way.
first. Third out, and that ends the frame. Rays go
I don't know
in
if
order.
Cash
1,
is
2, 3.
still in the chat, but
They trail in this
he can vouch for the fact that I'm
ready to go for the last half
I'm a
of the inning.
smart,
Here's
dumb
the Pirates
person.
catcher now, Andy Rodriguez. Swing and a miss. 1-1.
Well, on paper, it's favorable to have a fairly quick inning here with 2 of the 3 hitters he's set to face batting from the left side, same side he throws from.
Foul ball there.
Depending on what the outcome of this game ends up being, we might go to Hall of Fame.
The wind of
Just
the
try it
pitch.
out.
And now 1 and 2.
You see how the catcher wanted that pitch up and in. Want to try to
Did,
tie him up.
the
That's
announcer
one thing
just
we're
say
seeing, that high
one,
fastball,
like
you have to
Juan?
get it up there because
Pretty
of
sure
how
he
hitters
said
have changed
Juan
their
in two.
swings.
One.
Kicks and
Two.
fires. Out
Good
to
hits.
short.
Right to the defender.
Franco on to first. 1 up, 1 down. And here's the first baseman, Mason Martin.
Hey,
He's 0
San
for
Diego
1.
Studios, where's the pitch clock at, huh?
And first offering is fouled off. Good eye right there.
That's a really good job of laying off the 0-2 high fastball. Is going to make that pitcher really have to respect this hitter, even though he's behind in the count.
Where's he been pitching? The right.
Line drive.
That'll get
And he
down.
pulls up on it, and that's a hit. Monte Maynard, the next Pirate to hit. First offering misses the mark. Swing and a
That
ball
should get
popped
down.
up.
Yep.
And it falls. Quick throw back in. Lead runner holds at second with one gone.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
His first major league hit.
There you go, Monte
And
Maynard,
this is
first
a
major
moment
league
I'm
hit.
sure
You guys
he'll
let me
never
know in the
forget.
comment section what we
Congrats.
should do with Monte Maynard.
Great moment for
Do
him
we
and his
just leave his
family.
name?
The guy works so
Let him become his
hard
own
and has to wait so
personality, or
long
do we
for this
switch
to
him to be a
happen.
realistic
And when he
prospect?
does, can kind of be
I kind of like the
overwhelming.
name,
You
honestly.
still have to stay
Kind of like
locked
the
in on
look
the
too.
game, but
Monte
it's great
Maynard
when you can
seems
take a
like a
minute to
good
just
Pittsburgh
appreciate what
Pirates
you've done and how hard
centerpiece.
you
Oh,
worked to get to it.
it
Swings
feels
and blasts
so
one deep to
good
left
when you
center.
blast
Outta
one.
here.
It feels so good.
They're going crazy in the dugout. His first
You
homer
might
of
be
the
right.
year.
It might be on
It's 6-0.
auto pitch.
One pitch, one swing, one home run.
Yeah, you can say that's efficiency right there. Didn't need much time in the box to make an impact.
They now come in
Oh,
cash out of the
so
dugout
good.
and ready to make a move to the bullpen. Shane McClanahan gives way. We'll be back in a minute with a new arm on the mound.
I just can't express it. Like, if you haven't played this game yet, when you get a hold of a baseball, it just feels so dang good.
A new pitcher in the game, Sean Manaea.
It's got to be a little tough
Sean
coming in out of the
Manaea.
pen when your guys are
He's with the
trailing so
Mariners
big
now.
on the scoreboard.
Sorry,
Just doesn't
Rays.
have the same intensity to
Not
it,
Mariners.
but he's got to find a way because these batters count the same for his stats, obviously, regardless of the score.
And here is Key Brian Hayes.
Yeah, we're
Still
probably-
only one out here in the inning.
McClanahan's an 80-plus overall pitcher, if I'm not mistaken.
The
Right?
next offering misses. And 1-1.
Part of
It's
the order
like-
coming through now, and
Wait,
with
why
one
is
home
Manaea
run
coming
already
in out
in
of,
this
I guess,
inning,
long
they're
relief?
definitely looking to do some more damage.
It's kind
On
of
the ground is short.
Do they handle their
Franco on
pitchers
to first.
a little bit more
2 away.
realistically than they used to? So they'll pull from their full pitching staff. Like, so Manaea, I don't think he's
Yeah, the
really
batter
used to,
now,
right?
O'Neal Cruz, 1 for 2.
So he used to be with the A's. I remember him back in those days. Because I'm
Yeah,
kind
he
of
swings
like,
and misses, and it's nothing
because the
at
Pirates stink. I'm like kind of an A's fan, but they stink too. So, or they stunk. I don't know if they still do.
And that's outside. Out to center. And puts the squeeze on that. And that is that. Cannonball coming. It's now a 6-0 ball game.
Did they pronounce his name? I want to hear them pronounce his name so that I know how to say it correctly. Because it could be Tavares. Could
And
just be
welcome back. Here's Wander
Tavares.
Franco.
Clearly down in this ball game, and you can't look at the deficit and try to get it all back in one swing. It's got to come one at bat at a
I
time.
may not
and even
change the pitches
shrink it down
for
smaller, pitch to pitch. Make that guy on the mound work to get you
Keller.
out.
I know he's. I think they said he's using
Next offering
cutters
is
now.
down low. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I don't know. His pitch repertoire just works for me. The only
Next
thing I've never
offering is
been able
foul
to get to work for him is the curveball. I haven't gotten it to work very well.
The pitch.
Ball 2. 2-2 to count.
Probably because I'm not very good at hitting the meter.
Spoils that one, and it remains 2-2.
No, there's a pitch we haven't seen in a while. It's gonna be tough.
How do I go about changing the pitches? Well, basically what happens is cash and checks tells me whether a player has certain pitches or not, and then I change it that way. But no, in terms of like, as I go through a franchise, as I develop players, since they don't develop pitches, I try to just kind of think of it logically, like which pitch would they add. I'm obviously not the most experienced baseball mind, but I don't know. Like let's say Keller had only 3 pitches. Let's say he had the sinker, the sinker, the fastball, and the curveball. I'd be looking at that as like, okay, he's got 2 vertical movement pitches with the sinker and the curveball, and he's got a fastball. So he should probably then add a horizontal movement pitch, like a slider or something like that. So that's I kind of look to, I guess, balance things out is the best approach that I try to take. Because for me, using the player, it doesn't serve any purpose for me if he has a sinker, a curveball, and a fastball. It doesn't serve any purpose for me to also add another vertical movement pitch, you know?
And the 0-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out.
Really love the pitch sequence right there. I'm telling you what, pitcher and catcher are on the same page right now.
I don't really... I'm trying to judge whether I like the glove sound for the catcher. What do you guys think? Like, it's pretty loud.
Well, on the mound, very efficient.
I think it kind of sounds good, though.
Outcome, it seems like within the 3rd or 4th pitch of just about every at bat.
Oh, come on up.
That one misses. Ball 2.
Probably gonna have to go sinker.
The other way, and a base hit. So a 2-out knock keeps the inning alive. The throw into second, and that's a 2-out double.
It's all right.
He really shot that one down the right field line and somehow found a way to keep it from slicing.
If you have a good way of adjusting pitches and adding pitches,
could be a chance here for them to
let me know
clawing
in the
back into this
comments.
ball game.
And he's down 0-2 as he swings through it. 2 outs and 1 in scoring position. Next offering is fouled back. Next one misses. Going to count 1 and 2.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Just missed.
It's a good take.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
We're gonna go up and in again. Not liking what Parade is giving me right now.
Hit on the ground to the right side. Martin takes it to the bag. Out number 3. The Rays strand just the 1. They still. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Here's the second baseman, Rodolfo Castro.
I should figure out how to do overlays.
First pitch is in the dirt.
So that if I go to the bathroom or if I have to go get something to eat, I can like put the stream on break.
And he grounds 1 to the right side. He steps on the bag. 1 up, 1 down. Here's Andrew McCutcheon.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So you're talking about the attributes that go to the pitch as well.
And first offering is fouled off.
Velocity, break, and control. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Now 1-1.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, honestly.
Next pitch is outside, and it's 2-1.
I try to go. If I do add a pitch, I try to go somewhat comparative to a pitch that they might have. So,
another ball.
Yeah, like if I go, if they have a 4-seam and I want to add a 2-seam,
very patient, showing good discipline.
I try to make it a little bit worse than the 4-seam in terms of velocity, those types of things.
So now 3-2.
Give it an opportunity.
Liner,
to,
and that should be extra
off.
bases. Around first, digging for 2.
That'll be a double.
And that's a double.
A little more
Picked off
backspin on that
Mahoney
instead of the top
4
spin.
times.
And he's jogging
in the
around the
first-
bases rather than pulling up at second.
3 in the first play of the draft. I assume you're saying. I assume Mahoney is Mahomes,
And
or
a
is
second
that
with
somebody
one away.
else?
Next
You
is
played.
the
You're
Pirates
playing your Madden
DH,
game. You meant?
Termarr Johnson. Swings through that one. 0-1.
What number for Termarr, by the way, guys? What number to give Termarr Johnson?
High fly ball out into left center field.
No, we're not tagging up on
Brings
that.
it in with a nice running grab. And there's 2 down.
Why is Termarr up? He
next
was
for
up at the end of
Pirates,
year 1.
Andy Rodriguez.
10 or 18.
First pitch, not close. And that clips the inside corner. McCutchen stands at second with 2 gone. That one down the line, and that's just foul.
I always forget how slow Manea's pitches are. Beauty. Let's go,
That's
Andy.
ripped, base hit, and that's going to get into the corner. The throw
Oh,
in.
he's going to be out at second. Or maybe not.
Throw is wide. He's off the bag. Run scores, and this inning continues.
Andy.
Mansingy, he hit that ball right on the sweet spot. According to StatCast, the exit below 110 miles an hour.
Yeah, Boog, I mean,
I'm going to be
that right
honest
there
with
is
you
an
guys.
absolute missile.
I thought my
And he just
hand-eye
put a great swing
coordination
on it, squared it up
sucked
perfectly.
based on
Those are
MLB
the
The
ones
Show
that feel
22
really
and
good.
previous MLB The Shows. I was like,
Now,
I could just
Mason
never
Martin.
get it, right?
The first pitch
I could
misses
never
for
get
ball
the
one.
placement of the bat correct. They fixed it. It actually works correctly now. I don't think my hand-eye coordination was the issue. I think it was the fact that, like, I could put my zone here and it would swing here. You know what I mean?
Runner at second, 2 down.
Yeah, state of the franchise, man.
And there's a fly ball
I
deep
just-
right
I just
field.
thought I sucked
That
at
one
hand-eye
back there.
coordination.
That's down. One
Oh,
hops
come
off
on.
the wall. The run comes in from second. It's 8-0.
Let me... Maybe it's auto base running I need to have on, because, like, I don't want to have to direct every single base runner. Offense... Defense, player lock, offense. Is it base running, tips, hitting difficulty, control? Am I missing it? PCI, directional hitting, offense, defense, control, display. I must not be able to
Himself off
activate
an
it in here.
RBI. He obviously put a very nice swing on that pitch and really drove it towards the gap, but I'm pretty surprised he only ended up on first right there, and it's kind of hard to say if there was some
Gameplay. Yeah, that's where I was. Gameplay, difficulty, decisions. General gameplay, decisions. Okay, I see what I was doing wrong. Auto base running. CPU handles all base running duties. But I don't want to do that because then it ends up with auto stealing, and they'll cancel my steal decisions and or they'll steal when I don't want to steal. So I guess because I remember that from last year being an issue for me. So I think I'll probably just have to adapt.
Hesitation, or if they just decided to play it safe.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish there was just like an assist. You know what I mean? Like something that just tells them to run to second base when it's a double situation, you know?
Smoked into left, base hit. And that's going to roll to the wall. Martin round second on his way to third. Lead runner gets the stop sign at third. It's a 2-out double, second and third now.
Got to be happy with this one. Second hit in his MLB debut. And most guys are happy just to get that first hit out of the way, but he looks like he can hang at this level.
Now it's going to be Leody Taveras.
Base running because you'd auto base stealing. Okay. See, I'd be the other way. I'd auto base running and not
Jake
auto.
Sandias.
I'd manual stealing.
Line drive, base hit.
Beat a sir,
One run
beat a
is
sir,
in.
beat a sir. Come on.
And his hot hitting continues.
They kept him in the yard that time, but all he's doing now is passing the baton. And
Over to first, and he saves.
What is that, Rodolfo? No, that's Tavares.
Next to hit, Key Brian Hayes. High fly ball, right
I'm
field.
gonna look this up now.
McCarthy makes the
What's his
catch.
first name?
And
Leody. Leody. Name pronunciation. Tavares. Somebody says Tavares. I'm sure I'm not on rookie, fellas. Like, it literally says All-Star. Unless there something that is overriding that. It says I'm on All-Star. I'm on All-Star Simulation. And yeah, honestly, I do need to have some mercy. I'm destroying these fools. Personalized. Injuries, blah, blah, blah. Miscellaneous.
that'll do it. All right, we go to the top half of inning number 6. Now it's Randy Arozarena. First pitch, and he just misses. Keller measures 6 feet 2 inches, 220 pounds, and he's one of the few players in Major League Baseball born in Iowa. And the right-hander deals.
MLB players born in Iowa.
He swings and fouls one off.
Interesting stat. Interesting
The
fact,
1-2.
rather.
Off the outside edge, and now
Almost got him to
the
swing at
count
that.
is 2-2.
I think I'm going to get him with the curveball if I send it.
That's inside.
Curveball kind of backed up on him there. I think it just slid out of the hand a little bit too soon.
All right, we're setting him up for the fastball up.
The pitch. Ah, that hit him. And the
Bruh.
man is aboard to start the inning.
Well, that gives him a runner, and maybe
I
they
mean,
can turn it in.
Is there an instant replay of that? Bruh. 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 That ain't, I mean. Like, come on. Come on now. Come on now. He swung at that. Leaning in, swinging, whatever you want to call it. That should not have been a free base.
Low stands in now and watches strike one.
Sub-Zero Gamer, appreciate you tuning in, man. Or woman, I guess I shouldn't assume.
Next pitch misses. Ball 1. And that one off the outside edge. Left-hand hitter waits. That one fouled off. 2-2. Rosarena gets his lead at first. Nobody out. Swing and a miss. And he is down on strikes for the 3rd straight at bat. And at first. So next to the plate for Tampa Bay, Jake McCarthy. In there, and it's 0-1. McCarthy measures 6 feet 2 inches. 26 years old, and he was awarded a Gold Glove in 2023. Next offering is in for a strike.
Gold Glove ain't gonna help you against Mitch Keller.
And down on strikes. So he's gotten deep into this game, and at least so far, not showing a ton of signs of fatigue. Lau at the plate.
They do have 2 hits. Okay. So I don't really got to worry about a no-hitter. I mean, he doesn't have the stamina
First
right now
pitch,
for
and that's
a
in
no-hitter
for a
anyway.
strike.
We need to get his stamina up.
Good eye right there.
1 ball, 1 strike.
1-1 now. Just missed.
Killing me, huh?
And there's a breaking ball that drops in there.
Yeah, I know
Here's
he's
a
getting
2-2.
Yeah,
Lined into right.
where I wanted that, but that's all right.
Lau out on the play. And that is that. No runs on no. Bottom of the 6th inning. And the batter will be
Let's
the
get
shortstop.
somebody
O'Neill
ready in the
Cruz.
bullpen. Let's warm up Chapman. I'm genuinely curious what that's going to look like. What 73 overall Chapman is like.
Ah, that hit him. And the leadoff man is aboard to start the
Now,
Well, they found ways to get on.
did they program that so that because I hit their guy, they hit my guy? Because, like, that didn't used to be in the game, like, retaliatory stuff, right? Because that'd be kind of cool if that's what just happened. That they're actually, like, kind of trying to emulate that.
And now a hit by pitch.
Oh, almost. 5 turnovers versus the Chiefs. Like, you got 5 turnovers, or you turned it over 5 times
And he
with Justin
deals.
Fields?
And that one missing low.
So they just missed their spot badly. All right. Yeah, that's probably giving them too much credit.
And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. And one gone. At the plate, Andrew
catch.
McCutcheon. 1 for 3. Runner on the go.
Oh, yeah, he got it.
Throw there.
That's stealing,
Singy, he definitely showed off the wheels there.
Yeah, and it turned out to be a
It's a
bang-bang
little bit of a
play.
slow jump, but-
StatCast gives us the data, and that stolen base wasn't possible without that sprint speed.
And that one fouled off.
Ooh, got to that one early. I really
One
thought
out
I was going
and
to
a
rip
runner
it.
at second.
7-5, need backers and receivers.
The next pitch misses, and a count 2-1.
Yeah, you really do. This is going to be a big
Smash to the
offseason
left
for you.
side, and foul ball.
I thought about trading you Miles Jack, but you didn't seem interested.
The pitch.
And I knew you wanted Dotson more.
Clearly he didn't come out of his hand the right way. Left that curveball way up.
And a payoff pitch. Got him
Dumb
swinging.
swing. Dumb swing.
This guy will throw any pitch in any count. 3-2.
We gotta get a hit
Goes
with
off
Termarr.
speed. Gets the out.
I'm just not good against
Termarr
lefties.
Johnson will hit next.
There it is.
On a line, base hit. Runner holds it.
Oh, why did he
third,
not
so
go
even
home?
with 2
I thought I
outs,
told him to.
They didn't risk it.
Well, clearly he was ready to hit right there. Anytime you rip a line drive the other way, you feel really good about what you did at
I guess
the
I really
plate.
should
You
have been
trusted your
complaining at
hands.
this point.
You
We are
let
up
the
10-0.
ball travel, and you took the barrel straight to it. That's great work right there.
Cruz on third. Johnson on at first with 2 down. In the air, right field. Lays out and makes
nice
the
catch.
play.
A bit of a do or die there. He
That's
lays out, makes the diving catch, and he strands a couple of runners.
Kind of glitched through his glove, but he
Back
made the
here
play.
in Pittsburgh, now it's J.D. Davis.
The third baseman, J.D.
Aroldis Chapman comes in to take over.
And we all know about a slider. It's just filthy, man. And one of the better ones in the game, I'd say. Spin rate's very
Got the
high.
99-mile-per-hour fastball. And the crazy slider. Also got the four-seam and the splitter. What's the splitter working like? Ooh, not a lot of control going on there. I got to be careful with how I throw that. There we go.
And a pitch. There's a strike. Chapman, multi-time All-Star. He features a four-seam fastball, a slider, a splitter, and he works in a two-seamer.
Two-seamer
Here's
inside.
a 1-1. And a good eye there.
That's inside.
Turn the meter off. What type of pitching do you want me to use?
2-2 now. And a swing and a miss. Down on strikes and one out now. Now batting Wander Franco.
I've tried other pitching methods. I just feel like meter is the most.
He swings and misses at the
user-friendly,
first
I guess.
pitch. 0-1.
So you think you would
Now a
prefer me
slow
to use
roller to
just
second.
button?
Fires to first on the run. Franco gone on the play. Two
Button
outs,
input or
base is
whatever it's
empty.
called.
At the plate now for the Rays is the DH, Nico Holsizer. And he swings and misses at the initial offering. Just missed. Falling behind 2-1. Inside, just missed.
Get my control together here.
3-2 now. 2 outs. And it's ball 4. He missed down low.
Oh, do you think you could draw a walk in the bigs if we gave you enough at bats?
Oh, that's a good question. I think that if they gave the pitcher a false scouting report on me, yes,
Okay.
I think I could draw one. Bethencourt, the batter
What do
now,
you use,
as
State
he
of the
holds up his
Franchise?
swing for ball 1.
I feel like I should know your name by now.
In the dirt, blocked. And an excellent job keeping it right there. 2-0.
I've probably asked what your name is before, honestly.
Makes the grab, and that'll end the inning. One left. Set for the
Or if you
last
just
half
want to go
the
by state of the
seventh. At
franchise
plate
or
for
state
Pittsburgh,
or
Mason
franchise,
Martin.
I don't care. Let me know.
In the air, out towards right center. Low, ranging after it. Grabs it on the run.
Hit, all right.
One away.
Mason.
Almost a loud start to the inning on that first pitch. Man, he's going to want that one back, no doubt.
And there's a foul ball. The 0-1. And a foul ball. The wind of the pitch. And that's downstairs and outside.
Well, that's kind of what you expect in an 0-2 count. Excellent job.
Oh,
of hitting
yeah.
to have the
Okay.
plate
No, I
discipline
know
to
who you
lay
are.
off
I'll
of
call
that
you
pitch.
State.
And down on strikes he goes. And there's 2 down.
Committed to that breaking ball just a little
I
too
can't remember
much
if you
and
were in
couldn't pull the bat
in
back
one of
in
the
time.
franchises with us,
Once
or
you
you
get
were
it
in.
going, it can be so tough
Oh no,
to stop the
yeah. You
momentum
were
of that
almost
barrel.
in
Good pitch, had him fooled.
the 32-man league. We were trying to
Stands in
run
here,
until
leaves that one
Madden
off the inside.
crashed itself, and you couldn't even access franchise mode this year.
Out towards right center field. McCarthy settles under it. And
I
that's
recall
the inning.
now.
And 1, 2, 3 go the Pirates. But they still hold a 10-0 lead. We're at the top of the 8th. And now the first baseman, Isaac Paredes. First pitch doesn't find the zone.
Counts 1-0.
And that gets the inside corner for a strike.
Big at bat right here. He did the team thing, took until he got a strike. Now he's got to go to work, shorten up that swing a little bit, do whatever it takes to get on base.
Hacks and misses. It's a strikeout.
I really like this pickup of Aroldis
Really
Chapman. I'm not
going
gonna lie. I'm a huge fan of this addition.
Right there. At worst case scenario, it's weak contact in play. Exactly where he and the catcher wanted it.
Next offering is in for a strike.
That was absolute gas. Triple digits on the gun. It's just a different experience.
If the Pirates ever had a chance to get old man Aroldis, I would be all in for it.
1-2 now. That one to first. It's through for a hit. So they get a man aboard with a one-out single. And now the center fielder, Josh Lowe. First offering misses
And that
the mark.
splitter has no accuracy at all.
And that's a strike. A Rosarena, the base runner at first with one out. The next offering misses. 2 balls and a strike. Left-hand batter waits. That one missed. And ball 4, 2 aboard. And here is Jake McCarthy. And the first pitch misses for ball.
I believe it, honestly, that Chapman's
Runners
hit
at
or
first
miss.
and second with
I mean,
one
when you
ball.
just throw hard,
So
that's...
2 balls and no strikes.
All right, here's the strategy.
And there's a ball.
I lied. There's no strategy. When in doubt, put it down the middle.
There's the strike, 3-1. Slap the other way, foul. And now the lefty. And it goes just foul. 3-2 now. Swing and a base hit. A Rosarena flies around
Terrible
third.
throw.
He'll score easily. And they're on the board, but lots of ground to make up.
Just one of those at-bats you almost hate to see come to an end. Nice job of driving that pitch the other way on a line. You know, hitters, they take so many reps in the cages working on going to the opposite field, and it doesn't always translate into the game, but right there it did, and he did it perfectly.
Jordan Hicks gets the ball now.
And you know, bullpen guys can struggle sometimes when they're called upon with big
I probably
leads
didn't need to
because
go
it just
to
doesn't have the
Chapman
same
and
intensity
Hicks in
as a
this
tight
game, but I just kind of wanted
We'll see how
to see
sharp
what
he
they're
is.
like.
Your mental
Now,
toughness matters in situations
I'm really
like
liking
this
what
as
Hicks
well.
got going on. That sinker's really nice. That slider was rough. Try this again. No, that thing don't move at all. One more time? Yeah, I'm not going to be a big fan of that one. I'm going to have to stay away from the slider. Changeup's fine. Sinker's fine. Four seam. Fast, but not going to be very controllable. Okay. So, again, when in doubt.
Now here is Brandon Lau. Pulls that one foul. Comes up empty on the swing. 0-2 now.
Swing and miss.
One out. Runners at first and second. And that one almost got him.
What did he say? These sliders are mad in. Lost 52-16 to Goff and beat Mahomes by picking him off 5 times.
At the belt and fires. That's ripped to right down
come
the
on,
line.
Maynard.
Maynard puts it away.
Wrong
2 down.
throw.
Ball back in
I gotta get used to
quickly.
this whole
Runner
system.
holds it third. Dave In the box now, no balls and a strike. Corners are occupied with 2 down. Next offering is down low.
All right, let's throw a wild 4-seam in here up high.
Swings through that, and it's a strikeout. Good job at damage control right. Back here at the ballpark, on to the bottom of the 8th. At the plate for Pittsburgh, Ke'Bryan Hayes. They say you win.
Yeah, he definitely went around on that one.
Next pitch is popped up. He's there. He's got it. And there's one away. O'Neal Cruz, the next Pirate to hit.
They really have a lot of lefties.
And he swings and misses, and it's 0-1.
This guy's usually not one to chase pitches off the plate, but he did there. We'll see if he can tighten up his zone a little bit.
Next offering misses, and the count is 1-1. There's a swing and a miss.
Man, he was really tardy on that fastball. Great job of setting him up by throwing the curveball. Add some velocity to it on the next pitch. Can't catch up.
Should have waited slightly
Puts it in
longer.
the air
I don't
out
know.
towards
I was
left
late on
center.
that one, actually.
Makes the grab for the second out. Rodolfo Castro, the next to hit. And first offering is fouled off. And a pitch. And now it's even up. Hammered to center. No doubt about this one. Way out of here.
I will say, I have yet to have a perfect hit this year
that felt good.
wasn't
His
actually a
first homer
hit.
of the year, and they add to their
I
lead.
had the
It's
problem
11-1.
last year, and you
Just an excellent swing all the way around, and they have that sound coming off the bat that gets everyone's attention.
I've had the issue before where perfect hits would just go right to defenders.
McCutcheon stands
And I'm
in
sure it's
here,
probably
takes
still
ball 1
possible.
low.
But to me, you can't call something perfect if it results in an out. So
Popped up,
I'm glad that that's at least not been the case so far.
and that will end the inning. 1 scores in the inning, coming on this solo home
Castro
run.
destroyed
Last
that
chance
ball.
for the Rays coming up.
There we go. Oh. Get comfy.
Back here at PNC Park, all set for the start of the inning. And stepping in for the Rays, Wander Franco. Hicks, 27 years old, and he was a 3rd-round pick back in 2015. The pitch, just off the inside edge.
Running that good fastball up on the hitter's inside. If nothing else, it keeps him from diving out over the plate to get those arms extended on the pitch away.
That one misses in the dirt. Next offering is fouled back.
Okay. No, I get you. I 100% understand the argument.
Gets a piece and stays alive.
It's
Have you ever caught a
basically
foul
what
ball
it
as
is.
a
It's
fan?
perfect
Only as a
contact, right?
broadcaster,
Perfect
not as a fan.
contact can still
You?
be caught by
I've been in
somebody.
many games as a fan.
2-2 now. Swings through it, and that's a strikeout.
Oh, you got to be pretty quick with the bat speed these days. So many guys throwing in the upper 90s, and you see the velocity on that one. Just tough to catch up to. I mean, guys are coming in, and they're going max effort. They're not looking to go a long distance. They want to get as many strikeouts as they possibly can.
Strike 2.
Wow, no fair
I guess
right there.
I guess where my
That slide
point
did move to the
is
very last moment. Incredibly
more so
difficult
just
to
the
pick
way that
off.
it's
Try to
celebrated
tip your
within
cap
the
on that
game,
hit.
if that makes sense. Like, you get like the pop-ups for like it being perfect, you know what I mean, and like it's celebrated because you've got perfect contact. Like, nobody would celebrate hitting a ball square, you know what I mean, and hard, and it results in an out. But you would celebrate smashing one out of the park, or smashing a double, getting one into a gap in the right situation, and that type of thing. So
Righty to the plate. Fights that one away. Still 1-2. And misses inside. Next one misses.
Oh, so
Full count now.
close.
Still just the second batter of the inning, and on the mound, he's already thrown 13 pitches. They got him working hard out there.
Circle change isn't going where I want it to.
Ninth
I'm
pitch
also
of
not
the
hitting it
at-bat
very
due
well.
next. Got him looking. Not sure about that call. Pitcher
Not a good
might
call,
have
but
gotten a friendly strike
I'll
three.
take it, I guess is what I mean.
Here's the catcher, Christian Bethencourt.
Ball one.
Next pitch downstairs. Ball
Count
one.
1-0.
And another
No
ball.
strike.
Right-hander kicks, deals. And that's in for a strike.
In today's game, not that many fastball counts, but hitters still in the back of their minds, they're looking for one. 2-0 changeup call right there. Excellent pitch selection to go with.
And a 3-1 on the way. Right through there for a strike.
Count full.
And he walked him.
Oh, I thought I could get him to swing on that.
One of the things about that 2-out walk, the base runner over at first base is going to have a very aggressive secondary lead. So ball down the line or into the gap will produce a 2-out RBI, and those are the best. That is, if you are the offensive side of it.
All right, so we got him swinging on the fast stuff. We should be able to slow it down now.
Is just one strike away. Fights it off. You'll see another. And the righty deals. Stays
All right,
alive.
he's really on us. Not really on us, but he's on us.
Next offering is fouled back.
5 foul balls in a row. I have no idea what that feels like, but you got to love this battle. Just wondering who's going to blink first.
Paredes checks his
He
swing.
did not.
Now to peel
I don't
to
think
first.
he went
That's a
over.
swing
Not that
according to
matters.
umpire Woody Keller.
11 to
I don't know
1,
what they did
dub.
the cage day or on the field for batting practice, but when you win by double digits, something is clicking. That batting coach feels pretty good about himself right now, but more so the players. They can't wait for the next one. Come back out, score, and get
Brian
another
Hayes
W.
hit that slow. It should have been 12 to 1.
Final. For Chris Singleton and our entire outstanding
I made that
crew here
very
at
dumb
MLB
play
The
in
Show,
the
I'm
first
John
inning,
Shabby. Thanks for joining us.
All right, what did it give us? So Tavares, sorry. Tavares doesn't make sense because it's not T-A-V-A-E-R. I'm just going to keep saying Tavares. Tavares, 4 for 5 with a home run, 5 RBIs. Rodolfo Castro, 2 for 5 with a home run. Brian Hayes, 2 for 5 with a home run. And Mason Martin, 2 for 4. So we got a lot of good production out of some of those guys. We did not get... Where is it? We're going to be on Pirates. We didn't get much production out of... Where is he? Termar. Oh, no, we did. 3 at-bats, 1 hit. 1 for 3. So he would have been back around again. How did he only bat 3 times, but everybody else batted 4, and he was not last in the lineup? Did I miss something there? Oh, one of them counted as something, right? One of them was a walk. Duh. Make sure I'm centering myself in the camera a little bit better. What time is it? 1:30. Let me text some people. So nobody really ever commented whether they care what we do with Maynard. So I think I'm just going to leave him. 21 years old, Monty Maynard. What I did notice in that game, though, we have a couple of jersey numbers we have to fix. Keeping his name? Okay. So we need Maynard 16. What's up, Nicholas? Appreciate you commenting. Keep the name. It's a sick name. That's what I like. All right. 16 works, right? 65 for Sawinski. That's what he wears. Not a huge fan of 65. Eminem. I like it. Tavares is wearing 0. Who did we need to change? Oh, Termar. That's right. It's maybe 18 or 10. 3-run Monty. Please tell me that this isn't gonna glitch out. I really don't like the way that took a while. I'm gonna need to go save real quick to make sure that this doesn't glitch out. So 10 for Tamar. He said 18. What do you guys think? Which one looks better? Second baseman Tamar Johnson. 10 or 18? Somebody give me one. Or is there another number you want me to try? 18. All right, 18 it is. Let me save this because that kind of scared me a little bit. Okay, positionally, and he's wearing 25, 32, 17, 14, 18, 13, 10. We couldn't have given him 10 anyway because Ursula, I guess we could take it off of Ursula, but he can keep 10 for now. I really don't like 65 on Sawinski. I might think about changing that. 51. 54 kind of looks nice on Chapman, not going to lie. Yeah, why is it taking so long to do the edit player function? All right, so I guess here's a question for you guys because I got 12 people tuned in right now. I'd be curious if you guys want to see any Road to the Show type stuff. I'm considering doing a series on it. I don't really know what position I'd want to play this year. I sometimes do third base. What was I doing here? Oh, he wears 49 or something. Yeah, 49. I guess, yeah, I could look at their pictures. Chapman already wears 54, so that works. The only one new here was Clevenger. And I don't know what number he's supposed to wear. 83 on lighter is not okay. Gotta look that up. Oh, he does wear number 83. Okay, maybe that is okay. Jack Leiter, son of a... Curious. Al Leiter wore 22. Can't do that because McCutcheon's on the team. All right, he can wear 83. That's fine. You know the rules. Shout out to you for tuning in and dropping a comment. Shout out from France, though. Is franchise mode any good this year? That's pretty awesome that you're from France. From France. I took French in high school, so at this point I know like a handful of French words. But franchise mode any good this year? It's pretty much a carbon copy. I just went through an entire first season. There was nothing different. I mean, menu-wise, everything is exactly the same. The only thing that has changed is your scouting is a little bit more involved in good ways and bad ways. It's beefed up a little bit. And the draft has like some animations now, especially for your first-round picks. It looks a little bit better. That's pretty much it. I went through everything. As far as managing your team, trades, trade block, budget, that's everything. Lineups, roster, depth chart, everything here looks exactly the same and operates exactly the same as it did last year, except for scouting and drafting. So keep that in mind. And then when I got to the offseason, I thought that there was supposed to be something a little bit more going on in terms of your draft prospects and stuff like that, and it's just not the case. They pop onto your roster exactly the same as they did last year, and there's really not much else going on. You manage your team in the same exact way. So if you're looking for big changes to franchise mode to make you interested, that's not really the case this year. Is franchise mode good? That's debatable. Some people have said, there are certain reasons it's not good, certain reasons it is good. I still feel like it's the most entertaining out of any franchise mode in any sports game right now. Maybe second to FIFA. I agree. They do need to really improve this mode. I will say, however, they can get away with some of the repetitiveness because it is still somewhat enjoyable. But I mean, realistically speaking, the big difference is going to be the gameplay that I've noticed so far. Hitting it works the way that it should, it feels like to me. And so that's where you're going to notice the biggest difference. Gameplay is improved. What was I looking to see for the prospects? Do you mean like specifically what was I like when I was scouting, what was I looking for in terms of scouting? Or do you just mean like was I looking for something different in terms of scouting in general, like for them to change in the game? What would I add to franchise mode? Well, the one thing that sticks out to me, and I always like to preface everything in terms of MLB The Show, in the fact that I didn't play baseball and I am not the most experienced baseball person in the world. So I kind of want to preface everything I say about this game with that. But what I would change is the fact that if you look at the top right-hand corner of the screen, I guess I'm technically in the way of it. Let me move myself real quick. So if you look right above my head now, you'll see the roster information. You have MLB, AAA, AA, and Single A. But that is not accurate to how baseball actually works. Pirates farm system levels. List of Pirates minor league affiliates. So there's, yeah. So this kind of explains it. So the Pirates have AAA, Indianapolis Indians, AA, Altoona Curve, High A, Greensboro Grasshoppers, Single A, Bradenton Marauders, Rookie League, FCL Pirates, and Foreign Rookie, DSL Pirates. So they technically have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 levels of minor league teams. The biggest problem that I have with MLB is that you have 3 levels and only 2 levels actually play games. So the AAA level plays games, and you can actually go in and play those games, which is nice. The AA team plays games, and you can go in and play those games, which is nice. I'm not saying that you need to be able to play foreign rookie games, rookie league games, single A games. I'm not saying you physically need to be able to play them, though that would be nice, but they should play games. So, like, for example, if I go to my starting pitchers and I go down to Omar Cruz is never going to actually play a game as a single A player. It's not simulated, not anything. So you'll get to the end of the year and he'll have no stats, and chances are he won't develop in any type of way. So there should be more places to play your players for them to play games, get experience, get better, and those types of things, because that's how real baseball operates. There's more than just single A, double A, triple A. That would be the biggest thing that I would change. Yeah, that's exactly the point. So he won't play. They won't keep minor league stats, but they'll gain attributes somehow. So I guess they're just going and working out. they got their personal trainer or whatever. So that's probably one of the biggest ones for me. What else would I add to franchise mode? I would edit the way that they did scouting this year, because as you can see, it's locked, and you can hear I'm trying to click on it. I can't do anything with it. There's nowhere else for me to actually view my scouting board. I would just make it so I can see all of the scouts at any point that I want to see, or I want to see any of the prospects, I should say, at any point that I want to see the prospects. If I want to go in right now and look at all the prospects that are available, or that I have scouted, I should be able to just hop in and do that without changing my scouting plan or anything like that. Like in Madden, for example, you can always go into the scouting list, the prospects list, and you can always look at the players. You can see their height, you can see their weight, you can see what college they're from, you can see their projected stats or stat ranges and things like that. You can always go in at any point that you possibly want during the season and look at those players. And obviously I know that the draft in MLB is going to happen in what, June or July. So past that point, there's not a whole lot of point in looking at prospects. But like once you draft players and you sign them to your team, and like let's say you're in August, I should probably be able to pull up the list of prospects for the next season and just look at them. I mean, even if I'm not interacting with them, I should be able to look at them, right? Yeah, you can go into the individual scout, click scout prospect. But yeah, the big board should be there. And to be honest with you, I think that might just be a little bit of an oversight. I don't know if they really intended it for it to be that way, but like I know nothing in terms of coding is easy, but I feel like that shouldn't be too difficult for them to just say, oh yeah, maybe we should just give people a big board to be able to view on a regular basis. And that would, in my opinion, alleviate some of those concerns. I mean, as far as franchise goes, though, for MLB, I would kind of defer to other people and what they want. Because like I said, I'm not that experienced with baseball. But yeah, one of the biggest things that sticks out to me is that there should be more levels of minor league. Yeah, you can't see what pitches a pitcher has when you scout them. That's a really good point. The other thing I would maybe edit is the sponsorship thing, because I don't know that these even really work most of the time. You can equip these sponsorships that are supposed to give you in-game bonuses to your budget and whatnot, but that's like a weird way to earn extra budget. I mean, like, it kind of makes sense, right? It's a sponsorship, so they would pay you to have their thing there, but I don't know. It just it doesn't. doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me the way that it's implemented. And I also don't, like I said, I don't think that this works 100% of the time. One thing that they did change that I like a lot, if you go to contracts and scouts, at least I'm pretty sure that this is a change from before, is the remaining scout budget that you have up there at the top. So you can see, like, okay, I'm paying my guys 102.8, 87.8. I guess I'm probably in the way there again. Put myself back in the top corner. So you can see my current scouts. I'm paying them 102.8, 87.8, 101.7. So let's say I wanted to hire somebody to replace Curtis Rivera. I have 7,700, as you see at the top, remaining scout budget to be able to do that. So I could hire 87.8 plus 7,700. So I could hire somebody for about 96,000. You know, I could go down to like Forrest McCallum and hire that guy over top of Curtis Rivera. And then that would take my remaining scouting budget down closer to zero. So I just like the way that they've displayed this year. This is a super clean, super straightforward way of hiring and firing and telling whether you have budget for your scouts, as opposed to before where you kind of had to like go to your actual budget screen and try to determine what's going on there, like your staff salaries and whatnot. It was just, it's very, this is a complicated screen to look at to really figure anything out. So the more they can streamline processes and make it more straightforward is always welcome. Let's see, lots of comments. MLB franchise is really cool because you can create some story. You can edit your rookie, give them backstory with their nationality, potential, etc. It's really cool. Yeah, I like the potential that you have within MLB. And one of the nicest things about MLB is that you have Road to the Show. Road to the Show hasn't been perfect in recent years, but you have Road to the Show, you have March to October, you have franchise mode, and you have Diamond Dynasty, which you can technically play completely single player, and you can play it without spending any money. And that's why I maintain that MLB The Show is still probably the best sports game on the market, even though it's not perfect, because there's a lot to do, and it's quality things to do that'll keep you playing for a while that are free. I mean, if you buy the game, you have them. So it's not like MUT, not like Hockey Ultimate Team, not like FUT, where you have to pay to get players. You know, like I am earning stubs by playing franchise mode. I'm earning experience by playing franchise mode. So I can go get players in Diamond Dynasty from franchise mode. Now I know a lot of people don't like the fact that, you know, like equipment that makes you better in Road to the Show is accessed through playing Diamond Dynasty, but again, you can do all that for free. Like I haven't spent a dime on extra content for MLB The Show probably ever. I've never bought a pack or anything like that outside of just paying for the game. So, and I always end up with diamond gear for my Road to the Show player. I just have to put in a little bit of time. I'd overhaul budget and revenue because in real life you can go over the CBT, but they treat it as a cap in game. 100% agree with you. That's a good point. Because realistically, it's just a tax if you go over top of it, and then you have to pay that tax. Give us control of how we make and spend money. Also a good point. So that's one thing where like they do have some of that in like Madden, for example, where you can kind of, if you play as an owner, you can kind of set your ticket prices and stuff like that, which again it's not a perfect system by any means, but you at least get to kind of play around with it. Whereas in MLB The Show, you have no option on how you make money. You have no way to set those things. And therefore, you know, you're kind of, I mean, like for example, when you go to budget, it's going to tell you how much you can how much you can spend on certain things. So if we go to contracts, coaches, contract scouts, staff salary, maybe it's just under budget. You're kind of limited, basically, is what it is. Like, you don't get to set your own budget. You don't get to set your own revenue. Like, you don't get to try to interpret those things. So I haven't tested it yet this year, but the way it used to work, like right now my budget's 69 million. I technically can't go over 69 million in how much I'm paying my players unless I make a trade to like expand my budget, even though I have a 56 million projected yearly surplus. So like in theory, my revenue totals up to, as you can see, I'm bringing in 111 million from team revenue and 24.9 from revenue sharing. In total, I'm bringing in revenue of 136 million. So, in theory, I have close to 60 mil more I could be spending on players and other things. I'm curious to see. I need to do more testing on it, but like in prior years, that 60 million you can't use until you hit the off season, and then you have access to it and you can divvy that money out to free agents. I don't know why they still have the prospect potential so low. I agree, but that seems to be a game-wide like roster thing. So like I did a lot of work to this roster to get potentials up, but like there seem to be a lot of teams that are just devoid of like prospects with any potential. So like we go further down into I was looking at making a trade here with the Dodgers. They do have some Bs here and there, and I'm sure some of these were drafted guys. But like a lot of these teams just don't have, like right here, you're hitting a stretch of just Cs, Ds all the way across the board. I don't even think I've seen a single A potential guy. But in the draft, you're going to see players similar to that. You're going to see a lot of Bs, and that's pretty much what you're going to get, and occasionally an A. When their potential's lower than their actual overall, yeah, I'm sure I could actually probably find some players like that. I'm curious. Let me see. If I go to overall, let's say I go to like, I don't know, 75 potential. $70. So here's a good example. This guy's 100% a rookie. Johnny Matos, third baseman, 74 overall, 18-year-old. So you've got a 74 overall 18-year-old that has lower development than their overall. So he's got D, which means he's got 69 or below. And you can tell that because I sorted by potential 70 or below. So curious what it actually comes out to. So he's got 69 potential. This guy, Johnny Matos, has 69 potential. So he's never going to get any better. What's the other one we found? So Andres Spanos here, 73 overall with D potential. He's got, oh my goodness, I feel bad for this guy. Holy crap. You can't be serious. This dude's got 60 potential as a 73 overall. What is going on? So they clearly haven't fixed these issues. And these are players that, like you can see, come in at 19 years old, was probably like a super late draft pick. I don't know if we can see that or not. And is now at the MLB level. Is going to start for an MLB team. So they haven't fixed that issue, where you're going to get these random players coming in that are too high overall, super low dev, that type of stuff. Most should be season Ds, yeah. They do, but yeah, then like they give all the older players A and B so they hang around forever. Which, I mean, I guess kind of makes sense. It seems like they made overalls lower this year compared to previous years, explaining the variance in prospect potential to separate the more elite guys. They did make everything lower. The prospects seem to be like, I thought I had a really good draft, and my best prospect was Monty Maynard, who was a 72B, who is definitely one of the best players in the draft class. And then I ended up with 57B, 50A, 50A, 55B. Where's he at? Somewhere in here? Oh, Bubba Chandler. Oh, I put him here. Freddie Conley, 54B. And 62B. So, like, the spread there kind of makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, as I went down, like, I thought I had a really good draft because I just drafted guys that all had A and B potential. But realistically, they're all 50s and 60s, except for the guy that I drafted in the first round. So that makes sense. But then you know, we go to that player search, as we said, and you find those guys that are a 70-something. I'm actually kind of curious if there's anybody lower. No, so Johnny Matos is the highest one. But you get players like this. Like, this guy shouldn't exist. There's no world in which this guy should exist, especially as an 18-year-old. Maybe if you have him coming out as a you know, a college guy, a 22-year-old or whatever, as a 74 overall, but then his potential is like 74, right? So, like, he could come in and he's just not going to progress. He's going to be what he is, type of thing. Maybe you have a couple of those types of guys. But there's clearly quite a few of these, you can see. So we've got a 74, 73, 72, 72, 72, 71. There's at least a handful of them there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And they tend to tank. Like I said, with the one guy who has 60 potential, that guy's just going to keep going down in overall. And there's no way that his potential could ever get much higher. Like, it increases like one at a time, right? Like, per year. Or like a couple at a time. Like, he's not just going to jump from 60 potential to 75 unless you go in and edit it. Yeah, you really have to be a beast to overcome that D potential. But, like, if you're going to give, at least make it realistic, you know what I mean? Like, don't have it be super big difference. Like, the difference between a 73 overall and a 60, like, give him 69 at least. Make him be the highest D potential you can be. Like, make it a max of a 5 difference or something. Yeah, you're probably right that they did the salary cap thing between current and future years to prevent people from signing those massive contracts with higher budgets in the future. I mean, honestly, it's a matter of, like, learning how to work around it. You can always work around it. You just have to know what's going on. Like, if, like, people that don't play franchise mode, that come in to try to play franchise mode in MLB The Show are not going to understand why they can't re-sign their players. I agree with you. The stats that a player puts up should influence whether they stay or not and what their ratings are. You should regress less if you keep putting up good stats. It shouldn't have to be a potential just to keep you around. Does it make sense that the game forces you to use minor league options when adjusting the roster after spring training? I'm pretty sure I looked this up before. I mean, I'm sure there's baseball guys in the chat that could say, but I'm pretty sure you do not actually have to use a minor league option to put players in the minors. Yeah, always do the roster changes the last day of spring training to avoid this. Yeah, like in regards to spring training, there's no minor league options involved with that. Like, you're just allowed to bring up 40 players, right? And then you're allowed to have them be back down in the minors. So basically, you have to avoid putting them on the 40-man roster for as long as possible is the way that it works. And your best bet is to try to avoid putting them on the 40-man roster until they're Rule 5 eligible, which, again, I don't know how you tell how a player's Rule 5 eligible. When is a player Rule 5 eligible? Who's eligible to be selected for players signed at 18 or younger need to be added to the club's 40-man roster within 5 seasons, or they become eligible for the Rule 5 draft. Players who signed at age 19 or older need to be protected within 4 seasons. That in and of itself is confusing to me. Players signed at age 18 or younger need to be added to their 40-man roster within 5 seasons, or they become Rule 5 eligible. I'm not sure that's exactly how it works in MLB The Show. 6 years after age 18 or 5 after 19. So they basically become... So they become Rule 5 eligible at 24. Is the easiest way to think about it. Yeah, so it would be the age of 24. So keep your players off the 40-man roster until they're 24. If you keep your players off the 40-man roster until they're 24, they will not be Rule 5 eligible. They will therefore also not get called up during spring training because they're not on the 40-man roster. But once they hit 24 years old, they're eligible for the Rule 5 draft, which means you need to then put them on the 40-man roster to protect them. And they will get called up, and they will start using minor league options when you send them down. Yeah, or keep them off until they're Rule 5 ready. I was actually surprised. I don't know if you were here for this state, but I had a starting pitcher that got sniped by the Marlins. I mean, he is near MLB ready, but I was just kind of surprised by it. They took Kyle Nicholas off of me, which didn't seem to be the case in prior years. 69 C potential 25-year-old. Didn't really seem like a Rule 5 type of guy. But they took him anyway. So, you know, depending on who you need to protect, or figuring out who you need to protect, seems to be a little bit more difficult this year. I mean, not that this is really going to affect my plans long term, but I probably would have protected him if I could have, or if I knew he was going to get taken. I mean, yeah, he looks solid, especially considering what they have, but just compared to last year, that's not really... Like, this guy probably wouldn't have gotten selected last year, right? You would have seen a lot more higher overall players available, but it seems like teams, at least in this game, have gotten smarter, or maybe the roster overall is just lower rated. Because, like, this year, the best players that were available were, like, 69, 68 overall guys, and there were no A potential players out there. Last year, you would see a lot of A and B potential players available in the Rule 5 draft. Cheap long relief pitcher. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, where are we at here? Tree Talks. Trade block. Advanced day. How do they have too many pitchers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, these guys. How did these guys end up in AAA? What happened? Is it autoing stuff again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Leave him in single A. I need to move double A guys up to triple A. We'll rock with it like that. Okay, yeah, that took care of it. Tampa Bay. Have they changed when you can be called up? I don't know for sure. I actually need to start my... I really need to start my road to the show to see what's going on with that. What I'll do here, what are we at? Close to 2:30. I'm gonna probably go grab some food here, some lunch or something, since it's almost 2:30 for me. And I've been streaming for a while now. I'll probably go grab some food or something here in a bit. Why don't you guys leave some questions in the comment sections if you have them? Could be about anything. I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna go off camera for a minute and use the restroom, and I'll be back. If you guys have questions, leave them in the comments now. All right, what do we got going? What's up, Premier Sports? Appreciate you leaving your comments down below. I don't know if I shouted out Steven either. Steven Sorrell, appreciate you commenting as well. I will let you know. I'll let you guys know when I figure out more about Road to the Show and being called up. I appreciate you watching all my previous MLB The Show franchise videos. I'm glad that I was able to help you learn the game a little bit better. So when I finish free agency, I sometimes don't have enough players to fill my minor rosters. Do you re-sign every lower-rated minor league player, or do you get some guys in free agency during spring training? It's kind of both. I typically try to round out the roster by the time I hit the regular season. So I try to anybody that's like a good age and potential combination, I'll re-sign, most of them. I'll let a handful of like the D potential guys go, But like if I see, like Chavez Young is maybe not going to be a great player or anything, but I'm not going to let him go. I'll keep him around as like a good filler player in the minor system, Or like Matt Gorski, I ended up bringing back just to make sure I could fill out my minor league roster 62D. Like typically this is a player I would look to potentially replace if I was really going hard and trying to, do the best possible. I realize my mic's really low. Can you guys hear me? I just realized that was turned like almost all the way down. Does that actually affect anything? So that green bar is going to 25. If I turn it up to where I normally have it, that green bar is still going up to 25. Doesn't seem like it makes a difference. But yeah, I typically look for the best players I can to fill out my minor league roster. That could be through free agency. Sometimes you'll find guys that fall through the cracks. Like I was able to find Fred Pate here, I believe. He was not a drafted player, but he was out there in free agency. I was like, yeah, that's a guy that should definitely be in my minor league system. Big arm, good fielder, could develop into a useful prospect. And then I also got a couple of catchers that I didn't necessarily need, but I found them out there in free agency in the offseason. William Nakamura and Fred Berger. They fell through the draft, so I figured they would be potentially good ads in the long term. Yeah, letting the D potential guys go will create those gaps. I do that when I'm really committed to like building up the best team I possibly can. When I'm trying to play a little bit more realistic like this with the Pirates, like I'll hang on to Jason DeLay or Carter Binns, even though like in the long run, they don't add a whole lot of value, right? But like the Pirates in real life would hang on to these guys in case, let's say Henry Davis gets injured, they would bring up the veteran guy that kind of has been around for a while. They wouldn't want to just bring up an 18-year-old, But like if I was really trying hard, Jason DeLay would be one of the first people I'd get rid of here for sure. 60 overall D potential, 29 years old, kind of useless in franchise mode. You'll see over time though, like especially if you've watched some of my older stuff, I would end up with all A's and B's and some C's to fill the gaps. I would pilfer everybody else's farm system, which is certainly kind of cheesy, but nobody's perfect. Anyone over 31 to 32, yeah, unless they can serve an MLB purpose. So that's the other thing to look at is what can they do. Jason DeLay, even though he's only a 60, pretty good fielder. So, I can trust him to be solid behind the plate if I need him to be. Who else was I kind of talking about? Miguel Andujar. I would typically not really hang on to this guy, but he's got a pretty solid bat and a pretty solid arm. So there's not really any reason for me to necessarily get rid of him, per se. I know he's not a D potential guy, but you kind of got to look at what they could do for you, too. Jason Delay is a great name. Yeah. The Pirates have quite a few players with interesting or solid, like baseball names. I'll also mention, I look at what the players look like. Like, if they look like a real player, like Carter Binns, like he looks like a real human being, I'm more inclined to hang on to Carter Binns than some other guys. Like, I'm sure you can find players out here that don't look like real human beings. I think there was let me see. Player search. MLB. Overall, no, potential. We want potential 90 to 99. And we want free agents. How do I sort by free agents? Right here, free agents. No, he's not out here anymore. 90 to 99. He's like low overall. It was this dude with his giant mustache that looked kind of goofy. Where was he? That's going to drive me crazy now if I can't find him. I got to find this guy. Oh, you know what? I thought about drafting this guy, Oliver Matlock. I should have drafted him. 45 overall, though. I knew his overall was going to be super low. What does he have going for him? Not much, but a potential. I think I'm missing the guy. Oh, this guy. Robbie Calderon. That's not, I mean, if I did add him to my team or I did keep him around, it's somebody that I would have to edit his appearance because I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. The giant mustache, crazy looking face. Like, he looks like he's trying to be goofy or something. Yeah, you'll only learn some of that specific information in real life by watching the games. Yep, 100% Figgy. Anyone with D potential needs to have their niche, or their filler. They need to have their best attributes concentrated in one area. That's 100% accurate. So, you can get into certain players that are not as good in specific areas. So, like, one of them, this pitcher that I drafted, is a good example of one of these similar cases. Even though he's not a D potential guy, he's a B potential guy, but he's overrated. And why is he overrated? Okay, his break's good, his velocity's good, but he's got 85 stamina. So, like, I mean, okay, sure. Does 85 stamina help? Yeah, maybe. Or like Robert Strickland here, 88 stamina. But he's bad at everything else. So, like, yeah, sure, he's a 62 overall, but is he really? No, he just has good stamina that's overinflating his rating. Yeah, D potential is good for DHs. Yeah, you could actually probably find. Let me go player search. I'm just out of curiosity, and I know that this is supposed to be a franchise video, but I'm just genuinely curious now. Let's find a D potential guy. Let's find like a D potential first baseman. Like right here, this Daniel Vogelbach. He was on the Pirates at one point. Perfect DH type of a player. Not good at defense? Good. He doesn't have to play defense. Good power versus righties, decent contact versus righties. If you're trying to rebuild a team, this guy could be pretty serviceable for you. Pretty useful. Who else? Harold Castro. Here's another one. Good vision, good contact on both sides. Probably going to get on plate a good bit. Only a 65 overall. So that's, yeah, like you said, you know, if you're newer to MLB, you got to kind of learn those things, because, you know, you're probably going to be looking for the highest overall players, but just because somebody's a higher overall player doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be useful. You know, like this guy's a 65, he's young, but he's just kind of got his stats spread out. Whereas Derek Hall might be more useful to your team. Good power, good contact versus righties. You know, has those stats concentrated in a useful area, per se. Or platoon hitters, too. Yeah, good point. So I think what I'm going to do, franchise-wise here, I want to get to the next scouting day, so I think I am going to sim this game. I'm trying to decide in my mind how many games I actually want to play this year. I don't want to play every game. I'll never be the type of person to play every game, but I kind of want to see what we can do scouting-wise. 6 to 8. Okay. I want to see what we got in the first set of prospects here for us this year. You're trying to figure out how much you want to play too. All right, let's see. Scout a prospect. Who's who? He's good at scouting position players. So what do we got? Prospects, MLB rank, team rank. I still feel like there's another comment that I want to make. It's kind of a shame that they give you the potential ranges that they do, because they are 100% accurate. Like, I know for a fact that Dirk Gasper, which is a crazy name, first and foremost, like, if we got a chance to draft Dirk Gasper, we got to draft Dirk Gasper. Anyway, you know for a fact that he's got better than 80 potential. And so you know, they can be outside of that range. I just got I wonder what the odds of that are. Because last year I pretty much just drafted based off of their potential range. Like, even when I didn't know who I was going to draft, I was like, oh, well, this guy says his potential starts at XYZ. I'm just going to fill these out so I can go make an example of what I'm talking about. I'm not actually going to really care about what I'm doing here. Like this pitcher that I drafted, Connolly. I was like, oh, well, it says his potential is going to be 80 to 99, so that means he's going to have B or A. And it turns out, yeah, by the way, he has something in the 80s. That is interesting to know that it can be outside of that range. Did they say that whenever they were talking about the updates this year, or? I actually didn't pay too much attention to it, because I kind of wanted to be surprised, or I kind of wanted to figure it out for myself. So his potential is an 88. Ant Ortiz spoke on it. Why? I've heard that name before. It seems fairly consistent. I'll go that way with it, I guess, then. Right, it seems at least fairly consistent that you would be going for, you know, anybody that says they have 80 plus potential, basically. Some of them come in at like 79 plus. So if we go to like all prospects, I would go to the bottom here. So like this guy is a guy I would scout pretty quickly. He's completely not ranked by the MLB, but he probably is good. He's probably going to have 80 to 99 potential, which means he's probably going to be an A or a B. He's also probably going to be a pretty low overall considering his range is 48 to 67, but like that's a good way to find late round players. And when you're in the middle of the draft, it's like let's say you're towards the end of the draft and you don't have certain guys scouted, that's probably a reliable way or semi-reliable way for you to pick players. Just look at their potential range and their overall range and kind of average the two. I wish, you know what, another comment that I have here, where was that guy at? I'm like way past him now, aren't I? Where he had 80 plus. This guy, Ray Griffith. I also wish that there was a board here that I could pin guys to. So like during the draft, you have a queue. You can pin these guys to a queue for you to be able to pick from them, right? And it's actually really nice the way that it works. Like it's a really clean setup. Give it to me here so that I can pin Ray Griffith and I can know to come back to Ray Griffith and scout him later. You know, like he's not going to be my first priority when I'm scouting. He's a not ranked prospect. He's probably not that high overall. He's 22 years old. But, you know, I'd like to scout him later on so that in the 5th or 6th round I can draft this guy. You know, that type of stuff. I think NBA 2K has the best scouting system in terms of information provided and ease of use. I have not played 2K in a year or two. I probably need to check it out, honestly. A lot of people say, 2K23 is their favorite sports game on the market. Auto scouting didn't give you good results. That doesn't surprise me. Honestly, it seems like so far the best approach is to identify the players that do have potential. You know, like, I hate to use the same word twice in a sentence, but the same players that have potentially good potential and just scout them individually. Because it seems like finding new prospects really doesn't work out all too well. And it seems like if you scout by position, that also doesn't work out too well. It seems like you kind of want to focus on the list of players they already give you and just scout the players that you like the best out of anybody. What's up, Ramos? Thanks for tuning in and leaving a comment. I think we're almost at 4 hours. My goal here is kind of to get this done. No, we're in season 2 now. Just played the home opener. Figgy commented, said, if you like playing a fair amount of games, I normally play every 6th game. Start with my number 1 starter, number 2 starter. This season playing 2 hours a day. I like that idea. Yes, State likes that idea too. I might adopt that. Yeah, I like to player lock occasionally too. Like I'm probably gonna want to play a little bit as Termar Johnson and some of those guys. All right, so let's scout a prospect. Ideally, okay, so we have pick number 10, so we have to consider that too, right? You can tell, though, there are some players that are missing. How can you tell that there are some players that are missing? Well, we go from Dirk Gasper, who is draft rank 1, to Cameron Monk, who's draft rank 5. So we don't know who number 2, 3, and 4 are. We know number 6. We don't know number 7. We know number 8. We don't know number 9. We don't know number 11. So that's worth considering. I'm looking for highest potential, though. I also got to figure out what positions. Oh, you can also, I kind of forgot to mention, you can also kind of select your positional needs. So this year, our positional needs are going to be different. We're not going outfield because we got outfielders we liked last year. The other thing there's quite a bit more information here this year, is to consider what positions you have. So like last year we had like nobody to pick from in terms of corner outfields. This year actually seems like there's maybe a handful of decent players. So I would actually, when you go into scouting, I would first go in and look position by position what has the most talent. Like a lot of these guys, potential-wise, are starting at 65 and things like that. This guy starts at 75. He might not be bad. So find the position that has the most high potentials. This guy looks good. 85 to 99. We know this guy's going to be a high. This guy's probably going to be a high B potential at the least. He's most likely an A potential player. Going to be low overall, but that's okay. He's a left fielder. I got to remember him. Lewis Q. There's not a whole lot of talent out here in the outfield, though. Shortstop. Not a whole lot. Third baseman. A couple that might be good. Second base. First base. Closing pitcher. Seems like there probably is going to be a lot of pitching talent. Oswaldo Quinones is probably pretty solid. Yeah, a handful of good pitching talents. How'd the first season go? We were like 15 games below 500 or something like that, maybe a little bit less than that. We did not make the playoffs, of course. But we have ourselves set up for this season in a pretty good spot. I like where our team's at, so we might be able to be competitive this year. As far as what the other symbols mean, there are some that I actually don't know what they mean, if I'm being 100% honest. I'm going to spend some time. What was that guy? He was a left fielder? This guy. Position players, pitchers, position players. Why am I... Oh, because I'm in left field, that's why. I don't know that I want to scout a second overall ranked player because they're not going to fall to me. Second baseman, maybe? I do want to scout Quinones, so we'll stick with that. What was the question I was answering? Oh, all the symbols beside each player. Yeah, snowflake means cold. The fire symbol means hot. The red arrow means they're a top prospect. That, like that, Termar Johnson, that means he's a top prospect. That means that you can go cross-reference with the top prospects list, and they'll be on there. What else is there? There's other symbols too that pop up. The 2 stars, I think that means he's like a AAA All-Star or something. Something like that. Yeah, see, like that guy has 2 stars. Lolo Sanchez is top prospect. A bunch of guys with double stars. So they must have been like an all-star for their respective league. Okay, minor league all-star regardless of AA, AAA. What helps you decide that a player could be a Gold Glove candidate? It's just 100% based on their fielding percentage, right? 90 plus fielding not be in consideration. Yeah, it's not based on their ratings. It's based on their performance. So, like, if we go to awards right now, NL Gold Glove, It's 100% based on their combination of fielding, putouts, assists, that type of stuff. So, you know, if you make a lot of errors, you're not going to be considered for a Gold Glove. Minor league all-stars might have a slightly increased trade value. I've not heard that before, but that would make sense. Are there any other symbols? So the star means that they were, the big blue star means they were an all-star, right? Who won the World Series? The Astros, so they'd probably have the most out of anybody. No, wait. What's the difference between the red star and the blue star? Because these guys got red star, like red star, blue star. What's the difference there? Seems like state of the franchise would know. Oh, NL All-Star versus AL All-Star? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Duh. That makes sense. I think that's everything, right? Oh, here. So that symbol means two-way. The arrows going each way. That means he's a two-way player. So Shohei Ohtani can play pitcher and he can bat. I think I've seen a couple of those. It's gotta be all. Then you also have the injury symbols. D, designated for assignment. W means waived. Okay. There's like the Band-Aid for a player that's injured. Then there's IL. It's like a white square, and I think it's red. It says IL in it. That means injured list. That means that they were basically put on the injured reserve until they can be taken off. That's a good video idea. I might make that into a video. Anyway, I think this is the scouting system that I'm going to go with this year to start off with, because we might not have a shot at Oswaldo Quinones. I know that he's a relief pitcher, but I still would like to add him to the team if we could get him. But it says he's 7th. This guy I think has a lot of potential. Luis Keough, something like that. And Roger Ramirez is a 14, so he would potentially be available at our pick. I think with that being said, though, I'm going to now take some time to go eat, so I'll probably cut the stream here. I really appreciate everybody that tuned in. I appreciate you guys spending the time with me and giving this a watch, and I hope that you guys are excited for MLB The Show 23, excited for the continuation of some Pirates stuff going on here. We're in year 2, so I like the moves that we've made, and honestly, like I said, I'm enjoying MLB The Show 23 quite a bit, so my review will probably be coming out in the near future. I want to get a hold of a little bit of Road to the Show gameplay and some other stuff before I really give a verdict, but I'm pretty happy so far. I hope that you guys are as well. Make sure you guys leave a like on your way out before we end the stream. A lot of you guys have been commenting, so I really appreciate you guys commenting in the chat as well. And subscribe if you guys have not already. So this stream specifically, I did a subscribers only can comment type of stream. So I may do some of those in the future, may do non-subscribers as well, but subscribe if you guys want to be able to participate. So as always, I'll see you in the next video. I hope you have a good one.